and go live and kick off the intro. Here we go. We are live. It's fingers crossed everything goes.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Bugger.
Okay,
we're back at the desktop, are we? Yeah, let's just type up today's show. It's 2024 and Xmas show with Robert. So I'll just pump that up there. I think I've not pinned YouTube last time. And my website where you can get donation links and all the other best episodes and other useful information there. Hopefully it's still working. I haven't checked it for a while. We have to see how many people drop along. Have we got any? YouTube hasn't been broadcasting that I'm live. But it is a holiday period, so it doesn't really matter if people can't show up. We're guaranteed probably 100 will watch it on YouTube eventually. And probably Pill to be the most active today, maybe, or Rumble. Or both of them.
okay.
Okay, let's just pin that. See if that still works. I've changed it slightly, have I? Changed the color system or something there. So yeah, it's really over to you, I guess, Robert. Merry Christmas out there to everybody. I've been pretty sick in the last few days ago, unfortunately. Most of the time I could only sleep most of the time. So we're still not solved the medical problem that I've got. We're not even sure what it's causing it. Yeah, so it's going to be a miserable Christmas for me. It'll be very painful. And put it this way, the pressure in my leg is so intense I can't even bend the knee to get into a car. It's really difficult. Yeah, it's really bad. It's like a solar tube balloon that you're trying to bend. It's terrible. So I was having a look at the James Fox latest thing. I'm not sure if you want to kick off on that first, but I did actually take some snapshots from it and posted up on Twitter my thoughts on it. So I said here, actually I was surprised. I got actually quite a lot of response on this. How many likes did I get? I got almost 2,000 views I got on this and 22 loves. You know, I don't normally get that, Robert. So what's going on there on X? So I said here...
Well,
I'll just get
why
it.
is he including them? I have no idea why he's including them. Jason Sands, that was the big one.
Yeah, I
But
got
if
that
you
one,
want
and the
to-
next one down here. Well, we'll just get to that Jason Sands in a minute. We'll just go through the opening. I'll just go in order of the opening of the videos of the so-called UFOs he added to it. James Fox's new movie, The Program, is just full of debunked UFO videos I've looked at, and the talking heads, some clearly line like Jason Sands, which I spelled his name wrong there. It opens with 2 done videos of UAPs. First one is a Llama Globo Mexican festive hot air balloon at plane 20,000 feet. So I think it was about 26,000 feet, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. And the second one was a flip grad balloon. Where's the rest of the message disappeared to? I thought there was some more underneath that. But anyway, we'll scroll down. Part 2. Now, Stephen Cambian's saying it's a Go Gru balloon. That one here, which is looks very similar, but there's no way they would have been able to match that Go Gru to the color scheme and the reflections on that. It's close, but it's only pareidolia matching they're doing there. Mine's actually, it's definitely 100% that cat balloon that I show in my episodes. But anyway, it's a balloon, regardless. Part 2, the video of Area 51 UAP is just a fake video used a close-up of a blowfly. Also, it could be a green fly or black fly, you know, one of the big buzzy...
You mean Nellis Air Force Base, don't you? That's Nellis Air Force Base.
It was meant to be Area 51 Nellis, yeah, or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, Nellis, there's a good distance.
Said it was leaked from the base, right? I'm saying it's a fake video.
Yeah.
Which
I don't
lands
know
on...
I'm on the fence about that one. So, yeah.
No, I'm 100% sure it's a fly. Which lands on the lens, and you can see the legs of the fly on one frame.
Yeah,
but the camera's very blurry on purpose.
I don't know.
It's very blurry on purpose, so you don't see the legs and the wings. You must admit, it's a funny shape, and it fits the shape of a fly. It's sort of like a... It's got like a head. I'll see if I can bring it up a bit bigger. Not sure if I've got a better video of it. But if you ever look closely, you can actually see sometimes the legs sticking out. Like there. See those little black lines happening? So the fly's going this way at the moment, I believe. And you can see it's like that sort of body with the fly head being slightly smaller. And it flaps its wings, which doesn't always show up, depending on how close to the camera it is. But anyway, what they've done is, because this radar map doesn't match up right, the radar map is meant to be this pulsing thing here on the short range ranger thing. So when this fly actually gets closer, it doesn't actually peak in the right places, right? But all they needed to do was get a legit video of a train in flight, right, with the radar going, with a plane in the middle, and just substitute it with the fly video, and because it doesn't look like a plane. But yeah, I have actually linked further down the videos where I debunk that, so I'll post a link to it on the side for people to have a look at. But what's really funny is they've taken that, if you have a look at their drawing, it looks very much like the fly. See here, it's got the fly head. See that? It looks like a bug head, right? Got a wee bit big because I zoomed in last time. Okay, so he's saying the pilot sits in the back, and it's got, you know, what they see is the little feet on the fly. They've added in as like landing feet here. Second seat behind this pilot. It kind of looks like a fly, the drawing. Is that as big as we can get it? Yeah. I could only take so much from the movie without him trying to copy strike me or whatever. And that's the Jason Sands guy. So he's saying they saw that, and they saw an alien, blue alien walking along the road. and get into it and fly away. So straight away, I'm saying it's a debunked video that disproves him that he's actually a disinformation agent or someone that has a really bad mental problem. And then James Fox included McKinnon, which is up for debate.
McKinnon,
yeah, it was up to debate what he actually saw on the screen.
I was a bit surprised about that, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah. He should have left McKinnon alone, really. But he believes he saw a UFO, and the names of the fleet names were US Jupiter or US Enterprise or whatever, right? And he draws a picture on the movie, which... So he draws a picture off the movie, and if you look at this, I reckon he was getting it from NASA, I believe. That image was from NASA. He jumped in through some military installations that hopped into NASA through a back door using weak passwords. I believe that's what he did, and he was downloading. Yeah, the way it was
blank. The password was password.
Yeah, that sort of passwords. He was using weak passwords like Fred, QWERTY, the usual ones.
No, Paul. No, the passwords were blank. So what he put in was password.
Password is is not blank though.
No. They were left blank so he could fill it in himself. I mean, it was
whatever he used weak passwords, and having blank is obviously a weak password, right? But what I'm saying here is, if you have a look at this drawing that he's drawing that he saw as it was partially coming down, it looks very much like the US Enterprise. Remember, it's got a bubble on the top, and you don't really see the engines if it's straight on, and it's got a little bit. It looks like, well, there's various designs of. If you have a look at this, various designs of these Star Trek ships where they don't actually have the engines as such, and they look like UFOs, right? Normally this bit detaches, right, from the rest of the body as well. So if you have a look at the front view of, I think it must be this ship here, you can see it looks very much similar to what he's drawing, right? And this one up here. So I just put that in there as a comparison.
On your part there, Paul.
Well, I think what he discovered was, because NASA uses game and simulations, they would have a simulation of landing a lander on the moon. My gut tells me he stumbled across, someone had a copy of the Star Trek early land game for mainframes, and they were modifying some of the names and also the graphics, and he just downloaded those files, and someone obviously saw it happening and thought he was in the shit, because I know when I was at university we tried to put World of Warcraft onto the LAN, and we used to play at lunchtime, but we didn't get permission because I was the IT administrator, and as far as they're concerned, I was allowed to do whatever I want. So we were all gaming at lunchtime, and it was okay. The admin, our local admin, power order above me were okay with it. But I believe this NASA, they would have been playing in their lunch hour, and they didn't have permission to store all that on the system and use system resources for entertainment purposes. They would have deleted it or lose their jobs, right? So this story here I would have left alone, because I'm just telling you what I think it is. And if you ever listen to him and what he's drawing there, it sort of fits, because I know there was an early Star Trek game, and also, although it didn't use much graphics, it actually did link to graphic files where you could actually look at what the ship was. But the whole game was based on ASCII 2, right? So when it drew up star maps of the little representation of a starship, with a couple of ASCII characters, right, moving through space through quadrants. everybody gets to see that, and they could then be a Klingon ship and attack the Enterprise ship, and planets obviously with little circles. That's how it started off in the early days, if you grew up with computers anyway. But yeah, I was surprised he had McKinnon on there. It's almost like he needed some material to get it padded out, I thought. And lastly, he went on to the Calvine one, which again is a really up in the air one. And the problem is James Fox never has debunkers on his movies, right? He never gets a balanced view. You know, he should have a few skeptics on there saying, oh, we believe it's this. You know, but he's always got it on, it's got to be a UFO, it's got to be aliens. He never has the skeptics up there. And this is the Calvine one, as you know, is a really debatable one, whether it's aliens, black ops, experimental craft, or a model. You know, it may have been faked. So that's basically what I say there. But that's all I put up there, and then I put up my videos here where I'm proving it as a what do you call it, grad cap balloon, and further down here the Area 51 fly, which you've probably seen a million times already, but I'll just play that one, see if it works. And of course it was a secure team that brought this one to light in 2017, also in December. Where's my alien disappeared to? Where's my avatar gone? I have to fix it up later. It's not there, I don't think, no. So there's the video. It's so, but it was probably the worst copy that he had. And if you get the really high quality one, which I'll link, if you get the whole quality video that I'll link in the description, you can actually do frame by frame and actually see the legs pop out the side, and you can see the wings a bit better. See, there it goes, it's landing on the lens. So if you know, I've had this on my camera outside, if you aim it up to the sky, right, and a fly will come along, it will actually land on the lens. And what happens next is you end up with spiders building webs, of course, because they see that as infrared, gives off heat all the time, it attracts the flies at night time. So yeah, I guess someone filmed a fly and then used some editing software to mix this together. This was back in 1994. Back then there wasn't Photoshop, but there was early CGI, of course. But you could easily merge two videos together and block out the original thing in the middle. You can see here the radar map doesn't make any sense here. Alright, it's a fly, but it's a really blurry fly. I probably haven't got an HD here, have I? We only had 720 back then too. Okay, so you can start to see the wing there flapping. So it looks like a fly here. You can see a leg sticking out here. The wings are there. There's a triangle shape, you see. And you can see here it's now taken off and it's reflecting the sunlight off its wings. And now we get some artifacts here. It's reflecting the sunlight off the wings, right? There's the wings of the fly. And of course it's out of focus because it's on the lens, right? Now if Jason Sands can disprove me wrong, that's not a blue fly or black fly, what do you want to call it? Good luck. So I did actually take some images from the original video rather than, because I didn't find the best quality source at the time. But you can see it's got this triangle shape where the wings are, and there's a picture of a black fly or green fly. They look very similar. But on the original footage, we could actually see the legs, so I didn't actually get that. But you could actually see the legs like this sticking out. And then I got some videos of what people filmed as flies using the similar method. But they also had high frame rate capture. So you could do slow motion. So this is more from modern times, but if you blur it, it looks very similar to the video. Unfortunately, this one doesn't land on the lens. And it's slightly on the wrong angle, of course, but you can only do what you can do with what you got. That one's actually flying. You can actually see the wings, right? But it's leaving like a halo around it, even on the fast rate here. So you could say that was a UFO. I can beat that music. It's all the same. Back in those days I didn't actually speak over it, but you can see the wings flapping. This is the original video, blurred. And you could say that was a UFO and people would believe you on Twitter, alright? You see it zoom off at the end just like it does on that video where it sort of zooms off. Hypersonic speed. And there's the other one where we couldn't see the wings in the first place. But yeah, again, it looks like a UFO, doesn't it? You could say, oh, I filmed this outside, and people would believe you, or not believe you. Just shows how easy it is to fake stuff, you know. Which is a bit unfortunate, because we know there are real UFOs and real aliens, but we can't prove it because there's so much junk like that polluting the field. Yeah, I'll post a link to that. You can get all those video clips to watch later. And we'll hand it over to Robert now to have his say on things. But I just wanted to get that one out the way before Christmas. So James, I'm sure Robert can fill in all the other bits in the movie. I just wanted to focus on what I deal in, which is the video analysis side of things. Review. At least my eyesight's a wee bit better. Still could take a year for the cataracts operation to actually work 100%, they reckon. Fun. Robert, you there? You're gone quiet.
Yeah, sure.
I hand it over to you now. I'll just leave that open in the background. I've lost my avatar for some reason. I must have closed it by mistake. Let me just bring him back. Yo. He was down there at one stage. Anyway, there we go. Yep, carry on. I'll make you full screen if you want. It'll look funny on your...
No point. I don't have a lot to say, Paul. There's no point putting me full screen for that.
Right.
The only thing I've got to say is, I'll address Jason Sands in a minute. But the whole movie, really, like with Gary McKinnon, and you had Christopher Mellon, and you had all usual suspects, if you like.
Yeah.
There was absolutely nothing new. He was replaying bits from that UFO flaming, oh God, that disaster with David Grush, and the latest one with Lou Elizondo, and it was just a total rehash. Nothing new in it at all. There was a lot of people hoping before the final cut was made that he'd he'd edit out Jason Sands.
Yeah,
But
didn't
he
happen.
never, you know. It's not just that. Jason Sands done another interview. I think it was 1 or 2 days after the release of James Fox's film,
Yeah,
and some of what he was saying was shocking. I think it was he had an interview with like that guy Ryan Robbins, who used to call himself UFO Jesus.
yeah,
And in this one, Jason Sands was saying that he used to be taken from his bed, and this was 20 and back and stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Proper good stuff. And he was taken back to another time and location, and he was told to go inside the cave and kill the NHI. And he had to do it, otherwise there'd be repercussions for him and his family. And I thought, my God, what the hell is this? The Shaver mysteries all over again. You know, aliens in a cave, underground. Oh, jeez. Yeah, and the combination of that and Corby Good, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, Fox has trashed his reputation now. I don't think he's done a good documentary since Phenomena.
yeah. The last movie he did in Vagina was bad as well.
A little bit disappointed. I was disappointed with that one as well. Yeah, what was that? Moment of Contact. Yeah. Bit disappointed with that.
He was hyping it up. He had footage of the alien, right? Everybody was wanting to see this alien that he's going to put in the movie, and it never come true. It was like false advertising.
Yeah,
it's a bit like Lou saying, "Oh, we got better footage coming," and it never come, unless he's talking about Corbell's nonsense.
Yeah, he's been going on about that 23-minute video, hasn't he, Elizondo, for God knows how long.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why he testified in Congress. I don't know why any of them testified, because none of them could say anything. None of them actually had anything to say.
They didn't have any secret evidence or photographs or...
I'll tell you what I'm afraid of is that Congress are going to get sucked down the rabbit hole of all these guys, you know, and in the end they're going to see through it, and that's going to be the end of it. There'll be no more congressional hearings.
No, they've probably ruined it. They've probably ruined it for the rest of the time. But anyway, even so, the government's never ever going to come clean on UFOs and aliens.
No.
Because it's just too much in it. Because they're going to have to admit that they can't stop aliens coming here and taking people, for starters. That would cause outright panic. If you could say we can track, if they could say we can now track UFOs, and we can stop them abducting people, then they could come out clean. But they can't say that because they haven't got control, because we haven't got the superior weapons, right? We haven't got the superior detection. And government's never going to come out with disclosure. The only disclosure you're going to get is from people like me and Rob that are doing research and talking to other people and trying to prove what they claim is true, unlike James Fox's interview with Jason Sands. There was no proof of aliens walking along highways with blue skin.
James Fox probably thinks that is disclosure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That he's doing it. He's doing a big deal of harm to this field, to be honest.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Guy's a complete joke to me now. I've lost all respect for him.
Yeah, I agree. There's been a lot's happening though. The hearings we I've sort of been covering bits and pieces of it, and the drama. But yeah, I wasn't really too interested in the hearings because I knew it was just going to cause more noise in the system and not actually go where. And now the worst thing is the drones thing that's popped up, and who's pushing that? And the new player in the field, Ross Cohart. He's just terrible. The drone narrative. He's just the worst person the ufology could have had. He was this disgraced reporter from Australia, and they keep talking about he's won lots of awards. That's because he won awards before he did the discussed an investigation on UK Parliament being pedophiles. Turned out to be all lies. Turned out the guy, he didn't do a background check on the guy that was making the claims, had mental history. And he'd been known to lie. Yeah, and now we got him in ufology. Yeah. Have you got anything other than all the current noise going on that you've been up to? Anything really interesting lately?
I'll tell you what I've been doing.
Right.
I'll tell you what I've been doing recently. I've just been carrying on with the newspaper research. I've got thousands of clippings now. I mean, from the UK alone.
Yeah.
But recently, I've been doing. I've been covering the county of Leicestershire in England, and I was quite shocked at how many just the sheer number of sightings and the high quality of some of the reports as well. So what I was doing, I was posting some of them to my group, the better ones, you know. And someone came along and said, "Listen, when you finish with Leicestershire, can you put them in a PDF file for me?" And he's quite a high-profile guy. I won't mention his name. And he said, "We'll do an article." But yeah, so I'm just putting them in a PDF format now. But there's a lot of them. There's about 160, and I've got to label them all and extract them from where they've come on newspaper.com, newspapers.com, and other places. So whether anything will come with it, I don't know. But I'll send them over to him. Yeah, so I keep myself busy.
Yeah, you really need to get hold of any of the old witnesses and redo it for modern times.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy because a lot of these sightings that the people will be dead.
Yeah, of course.
And of course, sometimes you don't get any. You get names, but the names are quite common names, and you don't get any contact number or anything like that. But this guy that took an interest in what I was doing is from Leicestershire. He's from Hinckley in Leicestershire. So if anyone can contact local people, it's him. I'll give him the information, see what he can do with it. That's all I can do. Really sitting here.
We got a few people on the side posting some comments here. Pete, how's it going on YouTube? And we got Cool Crazy Guy on Twitch. That's where he likes to hang out. Someone just posted on Reddit they collected molten metal that fell off a UAP. They also captured on camera. That sounds like an old story, that one, though, doesn't it?
Well, actually, UFOs dripping molten metal, or what appears to be molten metal, is quite... it's not that unusual. It's happened many times. And there have been claims that people have picked up whatever this is, whether it's a waste product or, I don't know, some kind of debris it spits out. I have no idea. I haven't got a clue. Could be a waste product, a propulsion system, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, I think that they probably do have some materials, but, if they actually have intact craft and alien bodies, well, I've never seen any good evidence for that personally myself.
There's the metal, I guess, on the first one here.
Yeah.
A UFO just dropped a molten metal-like material above me, and I managed to collect it. So as well, it wasn't super hot and landed through his skull.
Well, yeah, I'm not really sure why he's posting it all over the place like that. If he really has got something, he's just drawing attention to himself.
Yeah.
The best we can do is get that to a message for somebody can trust.
Yeah.
Then again, if he hasn't given his...
Yeah, a lot of the stuff does fall off planes too, as well. As you know, there's bolts gone missing. So that kind of looks like alloy or aluminium or what they call it, aluminum in America. That's sort of.
We don't know what it is. There's no point speculating until you get a.
It looks like it's got bent around here. Looks like it's heated up and got bent around. But yeah.
Yeah.
He's got more there, has he?
There's lots of claims like this anyway,
Yeah. And he's got a video here of it.
Okay.
You know, why can't the videos be like 300 feet away and it's a classic UFO and you can see it dropping liquid from it, you know, rather than a dot in the sky, right? He claimed it flew over him. You should be able to get a better picture than that. I suppose that's a snapshot, not a video.
Where's the video?
This is it. This is a snapshot from one of the screens. To me, it looks like there is something underneath it there, though, being illuminated, but that could easily be a lead kite, you see. You know, with a long lead tail on it, right? And you can simulate stuff falling off it with the rotating of the LED lights, right? Is there a video, though? They look like all images here.
Yeah, hold on a second. Pete's asking here, often in UFO sightings docs, witnesses rarely tell about the process of how or why they contact media researchers about the sighting. In my opinion, a big part of any UFO story usually ignored. Yeah, well, I mean, if someone's trying to sell a story, then, I mean, that's a big red flag straight away. If someone is looking for their 10 minutes of fame, that's a bit of a red flag as well. You need to be careful. So it is an important factor of, sometimes people don't tell their story until years and years after. I mean, I only just heard of one in Wales from, he didn't tell me about this. He said he hasn't told anyone about this story, but it was in 1982. So now he's speaking out about it. And, he's basically telling me on a social media group. And it was a really, he sounds sincere and sounds a really good case. But, yeah, I mean, why didn't he report it at the time? Did he check the local newspapers? Did anyone else seen it? I said this thing was quite big. So because it's 1982 and he doesn't remember the exact time or date now, there's not a lot I can do with it, you see.
Yeah, that's always the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of cases people just don't report what they've seen. Most cases, that is, yeah.
But just the basics: date, time, direction, looking, and location. Yeah, we don't even get that on most videos.
No, you don't.
We might get
it
somewhere.
To work with.
Yeah, they often say it's in South America or in New York, but that's not good enough to try and match it with other records like military records to see if they were doing some military exercises or whether there's something else going on like a SpaceX launch and all that sort of stuff. I was trying to find the video, so where's the video? Send me pictures, we want video. Where's the video link? Anyone got a video link to it? Because I'm not seeing it. Surely I can't have missed it at the top. I've got Reddit there. Submission statement. No. So we can't even see how the thing was flying. Or whether that stuff was dripping, or if it was just a LED kite tail. It's funny how people jump straight away to UFO, right? Rather than trying to debunk it with rational thinking. If you can't debunk it with rational thinking, then you can put it up there as a possible UFO to do further research in. And there's going to be more than one person that sees the same object, especially in a dense area like that, right? So, even if it's one other person out of 1,000 people in the area, someone would have filmed it, saying, yeah, I got that. Check the slow motion guys video. Here we go. Let's have a look. That must be the link. It's on YouTube, is it? Yeah. Got music on it, I suppose. I've got it muted at the moment. Gavin Free, who's that? Slow motion thermite. Oh, that's no good. That's showing you how thermite works. Yeah, I've seen that. We want the video of the UFO, you dumbasses. Where is it? So this is what really frustrates me. They've submitted a submission, but they actually haven't provided photos on the initial submission or a link to the video. All you have to do is upload it to Google Drive, right, and put a link in. Are you still there? You've gone quiet.
Yeah, I'm letting you talk.
Alright. Well, you can jump in anytime you want to add. But yeah, so, looks like we're not going to get the video link. Has anyone posted anything down the side? Have you seen the video link called Crazy Man? Looks like that, yeah. The bot has posted a comment. No. I think he may have gone. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Let's just do a search. It'll probably be on Daily Rag and stuff, won't it? UFO strips. Molten metal. And then we need this. Now, this is on Reddit. That's the one we got 3 hours ago. So it's in California, by the looks of it. Oh no, that's 1 month ago. Let's make sure we sort it to in the last 24 hours. That gets rid of all the old ones. Emma, Reddit, dripped. Have we got a video? No. That's it. There's 2 posts. Very highly suspect, if you ask me. There should be a lot more in 24 hours. Even 4 hours ago, this should be replicating like crazy at the moment, but it's not. No, that's what we already looked at. And all we got is stills, not actual video. It's very slow loading too, I notice. Yeah, anyway, moving on. So we got nothing to look there. Nothing to see. Yeah. So yeah, saying about the clip-ins and talking about some good ones there. So have you got one that your class is really good that you could read out, perhaps?
Oh God, I'd have a hell of a job finding them now, Paul.
Okay.
When you try to search through, it'd be half the time just being total silence while I'm looking.
You would have a good memory of one of them, though, I'd say.
Yeah, there's a couple actually where people were chased by UFOs in a car.
Yeah, I like those. I like those ones, those cases.
Yeah. They were. Yeah, it happened to a couple of people around about the same date, you know, and the people really shook up. And there was something, you know, radio interference and stuff like that, as I remember. I do like those type of cases. They sound a bit more like nuts and bolts.
I sort of met a girl on a dating site, and she said that they were driving Northern Territory Desert Road, and this UFO comes straight down out of the sky and hovered in front of the road in front of them, moving along at the same speed. And I said, well, maybe more happened than you remember. I said, what happened after that? And she said, it just hovered there and then flew over the top of her car and then disappeared. I said, could it be possibly that you got abducted? So she said, I don't know, but it scares me today of what actually happened, because they're out in the middle of nowhere, right? prime targets for abduction. So, you know, it's when you hear stories that from people that you wouldn't expect to hear a story from, that sort of throws you back. You know, I wasn't expecting to hear anything about UFOs or aliens from here. I'm not sure how I brought it up. It's before I started my UFO channel. I think I was talking about the guy that I was working with in computer industry. He was a contractor that come in, and he started talking about UFOs. And I think she said, "Yeah, I had my UFO experience," and started talking about it. But his one I've talked about in the past several times. He claims when he was living up in Auckland, overlooking the bridge up there, you might be able to see that on news clips and stuff, the Auckland Bridge. He said there was a great big huge mothership out to sea, and it had all these little lights coming out of the water and all around New Zealand and going up inside it. And it took off at a hyper speed and disappeared. But before that disappeared, he managed to wake up the house, and they're all staring out the window looking at this thing. No one took any thought about taking any pictures or anything. And he sort of put his fingers on the window, how big the craft was, and measured it against the bridge, and he said it would have been a few miles wide, this UFO. It sounds very much like that Alaska flight blimp thing they saw. UFO, great big huge blimpy gas thing, whatever it was. And I assume it was some sort of lighter than aircraft military ops, but it could easily have been a similar craft that he saw. So we don't know. But he also was... He had another experience, did he? I can't remember now. But I did tell his stories to her anyway, and she said, "Oh, that's crazy." But the funny thing is, no one else actually saw it because it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I don't think there was much traffic, and people wouldn't have been looking out to sea, right? They'd been keeping their eyes forward on the road. Maybe everybody else was staring at it and never got a camera, right? Because it was back in... he said it was just after Koikora lights this happened. So, yeah.
That was 1978, yeah?
Yeah, I think this is about 1980s that he saw at this mothership.
Well, there's no mobile phone cameras then.
No, it wasn't easy to film. Unless you had lots of money for a decent camera back then, Pentax or whatever. But then again, are they any good at nighttime shots?
No, probably no, not low light conditions, no.
No. I think with sport nowadays, and it's only going to get better, you know.
Yeah, you don't know.
But I always remember stories being told to me. Even my dad told me one, which was a bit of a surprise. He said, "Oh, I saw an orb zigzag up the river." I said, "When?" You never told this story before. He says, "Oh, I was up at Rakaia, and I was walking up the river, and there was no one around, and suddenly this bright light, making no sound, just come whizzing past him, and it was doing zigzag motion and following the stream up." And I said, "What do you think it was?" He says, "I don't know. Something natural or UFO." And when he told me that story, I was actually talking about this other guy that was out in the hills of Kaikoura when the Kaikoura lights were happening. They never told their story though. The other guy that was with him said, "You can't tell the story because it will ruin my career and job prospects." So he kept quiet for him, unfortunately. So he never got interviewed on TV about it. But they're walking up this valley looking for deer to shoot or pigs or something like that. And suddenly the whole valley went silent. You normally hear insects and birds. And suddenly went the os factor where everything sort of went to another virtual world and everything was silent. And then this orb come buzzing along through the valley, passing them, like it was looking for something. And it was shining the beam of light down, and it disappeared. So this is a time when the Kaikoura light sightings were happening. And a lot of people actually said that they thought they saw beams of light coming down onto the sea, like the aliens were actually looking for a lost UFO craft that may have crashed into the forest or the sea, right? So whether they found it or not, I don't know. Maybe it's still buried in the mountain range in Kaikoura there, or off the coast. But oddly enough, we had a big earthquake up there, right, a few years ago. And the sea line, the sea shore went out 1.5 meters. And they had to go and rescue all the crayfish and what's those other things called? Anyway, they had to rescue a lot of shellfish, else they would have been crippled for further years. But yeah, the seafood from Kaikoura is just amazing. But there's going to be like a shelf out there that goes very deep, so I wouldn't be surprised if someone stumbles across some sort of debris from a UFO around that region somewhere at some stage. But yeah, we can only hope, I guess. And if they did, they'd probably cover it up anyway. Yeah. So yeah. What else you want to talk about? You normally got loads of stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
you
sure.
want to rank?
There's a guy here asked a question here. It's, what are your thoughts on Lake Gordon Triton? Yeah, so Gordon Triton. He died. It must be a couple of decades ago now, at least. He was a diplomat. He was very interesting guy, highly qualified. He was the first editor. He began, as far as I know, a famous magazine called Flying Saucer Review.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, Flying Saucer Review. Yeah. You could, it's still supposed to be going, but I actually subscribe to it. And in 2 years, I've had one edition. And I tried to get in touch with by email, and I've never had a response from them. I don't know if I'm still paying for the damn thing or not. So it's pretty much defunct now. And the last edition I got was absolute rubbish anyway. Like, it's not the old publication that it used to be. But Gordon Crichton had some like kind of strange views. You know, he didn't believe that UFOs were actually physical things. He wasn't a nuts and bolts man. He often referred to ancient
angels
history and kind of folklore-ish type of outlook he took to it.
Not the Vimanas from India.
Well, he was a very educated man. But yeah, kind of interesting. But yeah. That magazine he had in its early days, that was a great source of information.
Yeah. A lot of those early stories were some of the best ones, though, weren't they? It's just that they didn't have the technology to capture it.
I sightings, if you go back to the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and even the 80s, seem to be of a high quality. I don't know what's happened now, and what's happened to UFO landings. What's happened to the humanoids? No one's seeing them anymore.
No.
You know, apart from in Las Vegas or
apart from some appearing in my house for some reason. But you don't see them in public, not public stories, no.
There's no multi-witness cases. Bedroom encounters are a different thing altogether. They're still happening.
Yeah. Men in spacesuits or silver suits is a good one. And there was a wave of them, a flap as they call it, from UK to America, and also New Zealand. The silver men in suits. So around about 1978, wasn't it? Just after Star Wars? Or Close Encounters? Maybe before then, actually.
Close Encounters was December 1977, yeah. Yeah, but you've got all the humanoid sightings in 1977 in the Deadly Triangle. They came before the film.
Yeah, I think it was actually, yeah. Which is kind of interesting, very interesting. And if they were traveling from another universe or hyper wormhole or whatever, we'd expect different species to bump into us at various years, right? So why is it suddenly gone quiet, you know? So
it's not gone quiet. It's changed. It's just kind of evolves. It does. It's always been that way. People aren't seeing flying discs.
Yeah, it's more cloaked and more hidden now.
Seems to be.
Yeah. Maybe technology advanced even for them, maybe for us. Maybe they know they did they talk about the US government doing pacts with the aliens. That could be possibly true, you know. The Eisenhower, was it Eisenhower? Was trying to do a pact with them. But again, that's just a lot of stories, that sort of thing Ross Cohart would just talk about without any evidence. But you think it'd have to involve all the world governments, though, wouldn't you? Not just the USA. They're not just the biggest landmass. We've got China and Russia there as well, you know.
Sorry, Paul, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, USA is not the biggest landmass where UFOs have been seen. You've got China and Russia.
No, but there's more reports. You've got MUFON, haven't you, in the USA now?
Yeah, we haven't got the key there. The key there was we haven't got communism, right? And we got free speech, and people can report it without having to be arrested or whatever. And it turns out to be some Black Ops experiment that they weren't meant to talk about, you know. Anyway, we've got some more posts down the side here. What have we got here? M3 Meek. What's that?
John Salter. I'll go to the one above. That's the one. Yeah, John Salter. Yeah, it was 1988, wasn't it? Him and his son was abducted. Apparently, he'd done all kinds of strange experiments to him, sticking stuff up his nose and then injecting him with something that affected his metabolism. But I don't know what the evidence is like.
Yes, I'm going to think that something happened to me too with the alien Greys visit. But anyway, I'm still trying to make a documentary on that.
Yeah, I mean, according to depictions of the aliens, they were typical alien Greys in Salter's story. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Small but big heads, skinny bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly did grab its wrist. And I was fighting, pushing it back. But I hadn't had time to analyse how the hand felt. You know, everybody that's been abducted talks about I feel like elephant skin. But I've not really touched elephant skin, so I don't really know. But I must admit they were really strong. And then I lifted up and saw the other alien next to the bed, and he looked at me, and then I sort of passed out. And I just look back on that story now. And when I started in ufology, you know how skeptical I was, and I'd never expected to have this crazy stuff happen to me. That sort of put me into a headspin. And then when you hear about Gary Nolan and all these also having alien visits, all I can do is really believe them that maybe it did happen, and maybe they're not actually lying about that part of it.
There's more people than you think who've had that type of encounter, you know, in the home on their own. A hell of a lot more than that's ever talked about it.
Well, when you think about it, Gary Nolan is working in medical fields on cancer cure and stuff, right? He would be like prime. Yeah, he'd be prime suspect for alien visitation, right? He's an inventor or something else.
But a lot of these people that get visits are absolutely nothing at all unusual about them. There's no great talent there. They often say themselves, "Why me? There's nothing about me." You know, they're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
there's nothing about me either. I'm just an average Joe that was just interested in UFO topic and really disappointed in hoaxes destroying the research field of it. Because back in the 50s and 60s, there was definitely some really good researchers that collected credible evidence, including Hynek and is it Springer and Leo?
Leo Springfield.
Springfield, yeah.
Well, I don't know what you mean there by credible evidence, because unfortunately,
well, they were boots on the ground, and they meant to interview people, and they always wrote it down.
Yes,
and
I think, okay, but I think Springfield got sucked in by some of the sources with all these. I think
that happens to everybody, though. There's always going to be someone that's going to try and pull your leg. You know, there's people that tried to pull my leg in the UFO field as well. But normally get wise to it, and you sort of know. Just to always keep going back to a case, even if you believe a case, always go back to a case and re-ask them the same questions and see if the story changes or they're still firm believer of that story. You know, I do it with Mojo. He probably gets annoyed with me. I said, "Are you going to come clean on that footage?" Yeah, he says, "No, it actually happened." So he's sticking to his guns, and no one else has come out on that footage, right? So, but I will be putting it in my documentary once I get it. I'm going to make a documentary called My Alien Journey. So I've been putting all my best evidence into that, plus some from the Skywatchers, from that guy in UK that we know about. I still think that's the most credible one I've seen since Mojo's anyway, of the classic flying disc.
Which one that is?
His name starts with... Yeah, can't say his name. Sussex guy, yeah. He's got it on mobile phone, and you asked me to analyse it for you.
Oh, well, okay, it's not on the internet then.
No, but you said he's a debunker, and that's probably the main reason he doesn't want to release it, because it goes against his worldview. Okay. Let me just remind you. I've got some old links up here. So at the moment, I've put on all this weight, and most of it's water fluid, of course. And my face looks like a big melon, like a pumpkin now. And it's been that way since I had this autoimmune thing and taken the medication. So I think it messes with your hunger and all that sort of stuff as well.
Oh, jeez.
And digestion system and all that stuff. Let me see if I can find the image of it. It was Sussex, I believe. It was in daytime. That's why the footage is even more credible. He had a 2018 smartphone with optical zoom, which was brand new. Most of the new phones coming out now have 1 to 5 optical zoom. So that's going to be a game changer. I'm just trying to find a thumbnail with it, so it'll refresh your mind straight away. We've done so much on this channel, over 1,600 episodes now, and we got at least 150 with you, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Have I gone past it already? Couldn't be that old, could it? Yeah, it might be.
Yep, to 1 year ago. Okay.
I can't see it. There was a time that you were interviewing another guy about alien abduction. I think that he was saying that they were hovering above him in bed or something. Must have gone past it. This one here. I can get the thumbnail up. This is an update with the actual, the best UFO evidence, right? I suppose it's going to autoplay, is it? I don't know, they sort of messed up the autoplay, so it always autoplays. I'm trying to get the thumbnail up. This one here, remember this one here?
Oh, you mean, oh!
Yeah, you're not allowed to say his name, though.
Oh.
To
no,
me, that's...
don't say his name, no. Yeah, you just threw me off completely. That Kent, that was. Not, but no, oh, God.
Sussex. It was Sussex. Is that in
no,
Kent?
it was Essex. It's Essex.
Essex?
I remember now, it's Essex. Yeah, I still talk to him. He's still there.
So this is the same craft. There's the original image, but these were my enhancements, so you can actually see that's actually the craft here and the side of it, and you can see it's got a really flat top, which matches up with this one here, which is also colorized. And of course it had a lot of because he was zooming in maximum optical zoom on a 4K phone. He managed to catch enough details on it, which proves to me we could see there's some various frames where this seems to be venting off from a hole, which I don't know if it's a doorway or vent, gas, right? And you can see on this one here, it's not actually venting out gas at this stage. It happens later on in the video, and then it disappears, right? Zooms off at a very fast speed. This one here was from Alex, that was a scientist, computer scientist on Hawaii, working with third phase of the moon, and they're claiming this was what he captured on his phone flying past his house. And I fixed this one to a UFO balloon. You can see the little thing here hanging down is where you blow it up. But anyway, in this episode I go over it. I will post a link in the side for any newcomers there. But this one was a review of the best evidence we got of classic discs, and this was a daytime footage, and so was this, and these were the two best looking ones.
In the 2000s it was. Yeah, in the 2000s, definitely Essex.
2018 it was. And this was in...
Yeah, the video was older, Paul.
And this one here from Third Face, which you can't believe anyway, but the Alex, a scientist guy, did seem reasonably credible on their show. He gave it to them to look at, and they put it up on their channel and gave him permission to do it, which is a bit unfortunate because he should have gone with more credible people like myself. Then people would have paid attention to it, and then I would have analysed it and said, yeah, I think this is actually a balloon that's drifting, because that's always on an angle, right? You can see this one here, even though it was going into a headwind, because you can see it's going into a headwind because of the way the direction of the steam or smoke's coming off it, that it's constantly level. It was in trouble, and it was sort of going up and around, but it was fairly level once it sort of got to those key points in the video, which to me suggests it's not a balloon. unlike this one here. But anyway, I'll post a link to that if people want to have a watch of it. Anyone that's not had a look at my stuff will be amazed by that one. But once I'm going to redo it into a nice James Fox style documentary, if I can get past being sick. Once I can get better health, I can then concentrate on the editor. Classic discs, right? Now, I was hoping that you would find some other ones like this, other cases like this, that you'd send my way to say, what do you think of this? And I'll do my analysis on it. And signatures.
To be honest, there hasn't been much in the way of video evidence.
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate.
Those awful ones. Can't do anything with.
No. Well, these ones are fairly up close because even though they're high up in the sky, optical seeing is the key here. But you never know. Maybe the new phones will produce better content in the end. And we have our own disclosure that way. So either that's going to be a military craft of some sort that by some country, or it's got to be alien technology. There's obviously advanced technology being used. Whether it's a drone, it's possible a drone. I remember that crazy UK guy. Do you remember Searle? They claimed that he was in the Army or Air Force in UK. And they designed a monopole magnet in the form of a rod. And it would spin around. And if they put them in a like a wheel, like ball bearings, it would spin around and get faster and faster, and eventually destroy itself. So they had to redesign it so they could interrupt the field somehow and not make it spin up so fast. But they said when it spun up, it actually levitated. So they're going to put it into a wooden frame. Make a wooden frame prototype flying saucer, and put this these magnets that they designed in the bottom. They said they had to invent the equipment to actually make the monopole magnet, but I think he's a bullshitter because he's had plenty of years to replicate what he managed to do in the first place. And he goes to all these conferences to talk about it, like Contact in the Desert. So I think he's just a shill. Again, a guy that's seeking attention as well as taking money from people to live on, right? So he doesn't have to work or whatever. But it's a bit of a shame. But you can dig back in the old articles and he's got pictures of the prototype UFO they were working on. And he claims it worked and it flew over London. You can find all those old stories. I don't believe it. If you did that, you would have various videos, maybe 2 cameras set up on the same objects to prove that it actually was there. Have people walk in front of it, you know, eyewitness accounts. You know. Yeah, so anyway, where were we? You were talking about something and I went off on the tangent there with you. Yeah, so back to you, Robert.
Yeah,
Where were you?
no, where are we?
You were talking about this other guy here, down here.
It's just it's amazing what you can actually do if you've got data. You know, if you have time and dates, and because you can make a FOIA request then. You know, whether that be to the local. What?
Yeah, Tim's asking if I've been hypnotized. No, I would never do that because then it becomes unreliable. All my information come from the next morning when I woke up and sat on the edge of my bed and thought, wow, what happened last night? Once I went to deep sleep, I never woke up until it was like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning. And I got up and I thought, what happened last night? And I said, where's my back pain gone? And all this. And I thought that was really strange. And I got up off the edge of the bed, no pain, walked to the toilet, had a pee, come back, sat on the edge of the bed, and I was just sitting there for an hour trying to wrap my head around it, right? Which I've never done with any dreams. And I've had plenty of dreams, and I've had plenty of... because I'm not sleeping properly at the moment, I've had plenty of... not hallucinations, but daytime dreaming. It's a bit hard to explain. It's like your brain suddenly goes into this fantasy world. You're so tired, you go into this fantasy world and start interacting with it, and then you wake up again and you realise, oh, I was nodding off. It was never like that. It's like something that really actually happened. But yeah, I'll retell the story in the new documentary a lot better, and but you can go and watch my old bits on it if you're interested in my playlist called Paul's Experiences. Just go to the home tab and you can scroll down. I think it's like the third list or the second list on the page. But yeah, still trying to wrap my head around that one. I don't think I've got any mental problems. Daytime hallucinations though, the other aliens are seeing hallucinations, daytime hallucinations. When I'm drinking cups of tea and not falling asleep or anything like that. About 5 times. You know, one was in the bedroom, of course, and I woke up and saw it standing there, and it started fading away. That gave me the shits, that did. It's always a bit shitty when you wake up and you see something standing staring at you. But lucky enough, we managed to enhance the footage on that one to actually get a shape of what looked like what I was seeing. So I was a bit surprised. I wasn't expecting to get anything from that. In fact, I didn't actually process it. I was a bit disappointed. I looked at the videos, right, and I thought this is just pure garbage. But I said I'll take some frames at key points just before she disappeared, and I turned on the lights and all that sort of stuff. So I took it together, and then I started merging the frames together and doing various filters, and something popped out exactly where I saw the thing standing, and I thought, wow, does this actually now prove to myself that there was something really there? It proves to me, but it doesn't really prove to a skeptic that there was something standing there, you know. It's not, because it was filming in color. It wasn't on IR like the other camera, and that one failed. That one didn't work. Somehow the SD card had managed to corrupt itself, but the other one was being streamed to the lounge, and that one's always having problems also with SD cards. I don't trust SD cards, but I managed to pull down the video on that one and saw there was just enough sunlight to see something that looked like shadows moving, right? And so I played around with it. But yeah, to me that proved to me that I wasn't hallucinating and dreaming it. But the other ones was before I got the cameras, right? Now you had some experiences yourself. We've talked about your experiences before, but there's some new people here that probably haven't heard it. But your latest one was when you slipped over and hurt your back. You know, Robert has been recovering from a really bad back injury for a year now, isn't it?
It's been almost 12 months to the day.
And then you come home and then you had an experience. I'm not sure if you want to talk about that at all.
No, it was, it felt like, Paul, was an OBE, to be honest. I'll tell you about it now. I'd already had the accident, but at this point I hadn't gone to hospital. I was doing anything I could to stay out of hospital. But the only problem was it wasn't just the back pain I was trying to combat. And I had some very strong painkillers from a friend that were kind of making that okay. The trouble is that it damaged my nerves, you see. So the message from my brain to go to the toilet, either to pass stool or to urinate, it wasn't happening.
Yeah.
And my bowels were full and my bladder was full. And in the end, I had to go into A&E, and I was there
It's odd. It's
17
odd you
days.
say that, because I had the same problem when I took tramadol with my back pain. I found it turned off your internals somehow, and you didn't want to pee. Sounds like it was very similar to what you had, and it was a struggle to pee. But I was on very low dosage.
But I've gone 11 days.
Oh shit! That's life threatening.
Yeah, exactly. Well, on that day that I went into A&E, they told me they were really concerned about that part of it. And at the time, they put me on morphine, so I didn't care what they were saying. What I think is funny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's morphine for you, but yeah, they were really concerned.
Yeah, and of course that would it might have ongoing nerve damage from that as well. You see,
the day I went in, I honestly thought that that was my last day here. I really did.
Yeah, I've had a few days like that. Yeah, I've had a few days like that when you think it's the last day on Earth.
Yeah, you do.
You just have to, as Trump would say, fight. Sorry?
Yeah. And do you want to hear about what happened?
Yeah, of course, go.
Yeah, between the injury and the hospital, I went to bed and I was happily sleeping. And then I thought I'd woke up, but I wasn't in bed anymore. I was sat on a beach, and this beach had like huge pebbles. And the sea it looked as if the tide was dropping because there was this purple weed being exposed that was glistening. And the sky was like the velvet colour.
Alright, sounds like another planet. We actually got boulders like that in New Zealand, actually. What you're describing sounds really New Zealand beaches in the South Island. North Island has all the sandy, golden sand ones. Right, where's he gone? Looks like the man in black. I got him again. He's using Wi-Fi, you see, I think. He'll come on again. This always happens when we start talking about this stuff, guys. You can go through all our live streams where we've talked about all this. And always something happens with Rob and other people, key people. Oh, now we got multiple images of him now. We got 3 accounts, is it? How do we get rid of the other one?
No, I just dropped off.
I'll just click on that one.
Did you do that, or was it on my end?
It was on your end. That one dropped off. Yeah, it's funny. Every time we do talks about our experiences, this always happens.
Man in Black. My internet's solid according to the icon.
We're getting perfect audio and video from you here, as far as I understand. Okay. Yeah, but carry on. I was talking about your beach sound like on another planet, but actually you're talking about the big boulders and the seaweed on the shoreline. Sounds very similar to the beaches in South Island, New Zealand. If you ever come here,
it could, it could have been like a foreign country to me, but but this was the thing. It just looked surreal. It was completely quiet. There was no wind. I looked around. I couldn't see a sun, but it almost felt like it was dawn, maybe before the sun came up. I don't know. That's the kind of impression I got. Anyway, I looked to my left along the beach, and about 50 meters away from me, there was a person who was walking down the beach and studying whatever was down in front of him on the floor on the beach. I don't know what he was looking for, but it appears to be searching for something. And then maybe 100 yards or so beyond him, there was another person, and then another 100 meters or so, another person. And I just seen these 3 people. Anyway, I'm sat on this beach, and I'm absolutely weak. I can't get up. I can't move. can't really move.
That sounds like me at the moment.
This one, and this one closest to me, he notices me, and he starts walking towards me. And I thought, oh, wow, where the hell am I? And I was thinking at the time, oh my God, have I passed away or something here? Now I was starting to get scared now. And as he got closer to me, he was pretty much human in appearance. Then as he got close, I noticed there was a couple of things that were odd. His nose looked like it shaped out of wood. It looked chiseled, you know, and so did his cheekbones, and his forehead was kind of slanting down. It was and
weird.
too smooth.
Yeah,
it was weird.
Sounds like a robot almost.
He just came over to me and said, "How did you get here?"
And
I said, "I was sleeping."
Astro protection projection. Out of body astro projection. You hear people talk about that all the time.
I did
it's quite amazing. Yeah. You got this from a dream, all this vivid description. Doesn't sound like a normal dream because you can't normally remember that much of a dream.
It wasn't. I'm just somewhere else. It was just somewhere else. It wasn't like a dream at all. And then I asked him, "Are you alive?" Because I wasn't sure if it was something mechanical or something that wasn't solid or whatever. And he almost kind of offended by that question. And he said, "I'm alive, but not as you understand it." And I thought, whoa, turned and walked off. So I went to grab his arm to pull myself up. And horror of all horrors, my arm passed through him. But he felt it because he looked at me again, looked back at me again, and then continued to walk off. And at this point, I absolutely screamed. I thought I was dead. And next thing, boom, boom, and bang, I was on the floor. At the bottom, not at the bottom. I'd fallen out of the bed, which is ideal with a bad back. And I think it was the next day.
So it sounds to me like the drugs that you were taking somehow caused an out-of-body experience that they talk about. What's that name of that drug in Amazon that they use?
Only painkillers. They were only painkillers, though, you know, Paul.
Yeah. So it wasn't opiates based. It wasn't.
No. I didn't get anything opiate until I went into hospital, and whatever they gave me was more levels above what I was taking at home.
And you went on morphine tablets.
Morphine on the second day. Yeah. No, morphine. It was in a syringe, but they weren't injecting it. I was putting it straight in my mouth, and then pushing the plunger and
right.
It was purple.
Yeah.
And the funny was purple violet colour. And the funny thing is, I was looking at it, and it reminded me of the sky in that.
Very interesting.
I don't know what it was.
I remember you contacted me the next day saying I had this really strange experience, and I said, "Oh, you got to talk about it on the show." And we never got round to it. So that's the first time I've heard the story. It's just amazing. I really enjoyed that story. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of some of the sci-fi movies out there. Was it that one? Not Contact, but maybe Contact, where she goes through like consciousness and ends up on a beach as well. Sounds like that movie. Is that Contact?
I think it could be.
Yeah, I think it might be. There's also one called Interstellar, wasn't there? Very similar.
I have seen it.
Yeah. Any questions down the side since we're telling that story? So they're going to ask you if you've been hypnotized on that one. But it seems like you got a really clear memory of all that. And that's the difference between me and you.
It was absolutely vivid. Absolutely vivid. But going back to what Tim was saying there about regression now, I talked to a guy called Donald Johnson, and he's quite well known, maybe not so much today, but in previous decades in the UFO community. He's a professor of psychology, and he works at a university in Thailand now. He lives out there now, but he is actually American, and he did some work with I think, or he was close to the work with Betty and Barney Hill, and he had all the regression tapes and that stuff. So I asked him about regression, and he said the biggest problem is confabulation.
Yeah.
What that is, to explain it basically, is if there's a gap in your memory and you're deep under in regression, what's going to happen? You're going to go start looking and filling in the blanks for yourself.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be like a daytime dream, like I have sometimes, and you just fill it in.
Yeah. It's
Sometimes,
like asking. Hold on, let me finish. It's like asking somebody who's brain damaged, what have they done today? And they don't remember. So, and they're not lying, and they start filling in the blanks with maybe stuff that they done last week or last year.
Yeah.
They're not deliberately trying to mislead anyone. It's just their way of filling in the blanks, basically. So, but what you're left with is a false memory then. It doesn't matter if that memory's false, it's still real to you. So that's the danger of regression. Who's playing with that brightness there, Paul? It's not good.
I'm not playing around with the brightness. That's coming from you. Your camera is auto adjusting the brightness.
Honestly,
I don't know. Yeah, it's your side. It's not mine. It's like something's walking in front of your camera all the time, like a ghost.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like sort of calibrating. You, like I said, I think you've done something to your camera, set to auto instead of set brightness or whatever. You'd have to go into your camera settings on that laptop and figure it out. Yeah, I know, it's really strange.
Yeah, I don't think that's too much of a problem, actually.
There you go, you're going super bright again. Like you're in heaven. You're transported into another world.
Damn.
Well, at least we can see you better now. But
is that a good thing?
I don't know. Ask the audience. How many people we got out there now? Yeah, I don't know. Unless it's part of Jitsi, it could be Jitsi. Got an auto brightness thing. So now it's gone dark again. You see, now you set back. It's like it's got a It's like it's got a sensor on your camera that works how far away you are and how much light to allow in.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see how many people we got out there. We got a whole 9 people watching. So yeah, I wonder where all the regulars have gone to today. I thought it's been quite fascinating talking about the new stuff that you've had happen to you. Mine's gone 100% quiet. You know, it's never been this quiet ever in my life, and it's like maybe I've been messed around with and then abandoned. You know. So yeah, if you like the show, hit a like, guys. I appreciate that, and also if you share it on after it's finished. We got 10 watching, 3 on YouTube. I wonder if we'll see Michael King today. He's the only one that sort of donates. I'm the only show that doesn't get any donations. I'm not sure if you've been watching Steve Gambian, but he's now got a goal set. YouTube offer a goal set for super chats. And he says, I want to get 50 super chats today. You can't tell me when someone's putting up something like that, it's not about the money. So he got 51 super chats. I'm not sure how many hundreds of dollars he made. But anyway, he keeps talking about that everybody else is making money, but he's making plenty of money, I can tell you. But yeah, he talked about the James Fox movie the other day, and that's why I didn't agree with all what he was saying was what the balloon was, because I already had looked into it. Actually, I was the first one to look into that and match it with the grad cap upside down. In fact, if you look at my breakdown, I talk about the reflections where certain parts on the balloon change the reflectiveness because they got like a little thing that I'm not sure what you call it, but a little thing that a string that hangs down on the grad caps, and they've got it printed on the balloon itself. And that's what you can do with Milo. You can make any shape up and colorize it. But yeah, so that's the last thing that happened to you. Had any more happened since then? That's probably a year ago now, isn't it?
It is a year ago, and I'll tell you what I've done. I put bars on the side of my bed so I can't fall out again.
Yeah, it's funny that, because when I wake up now, because I'm so tired, and I'm still yet to get a sleep apnea machine. It's going to cost me $2,500. Personally, I'm probably going to have to rent to buy or something. It's going to. I have to have an initial payment of $300 by the sounds of it. But it's easier said than done at the moment. I ain't got no money. I've spent all my savings again. I almost paid off the credit cards and went backwards again. But anyway. See what the new year brings. Forgot what I was going to say. Oh, right. Yeah. I'd go to bed and wake up 2 hours later, normally for pee, because I'm peeing more lately. But I'd come back and sit on the edge of the bed, and I'd be too painful to throw my leg up because all my limbs are bloated. And the knee joint hurts, and the ankles hurt, and the hip joint hurts. And I normally scream in pain when I jump onto the bed and try and get comfy again. So I just sit on the edge of the bed and I nod off. And it's funny, I'm thinking, I'm staring at the light, the lampshade, and I know I've got some bottles of drink because I'm thirsty. And I'd go into this deep dream state, and it's like I'm still in the room, and I'm reaching out for the bottle, and then suddenly I wake up and my hand's in the air, not even close to the bottle, and I'm thinking, man, that's really weird. You know, it's like, you know, in that thing, it was actually real, but you actually substitute your own reality with a false reality. And I said, I can understand now how hallucinations work. So since I've been having this sleep problem, I can understand why people would see things. Because if you close your eyes and you imagine that stuff and then open it up again, that impression that you had in the dream state could be like a apparition that you're seeing in daytime. So I sort of questioned my tall whites appearing, but that happened over several weeks, months, and yeah, and of course I caught that one on camera. I don't think it's exactly the same. So I know what hallucination is now, and I'm not taking any drugs that cause it, but when you become sleep deprived, you get hallucinations. Now I know that for a fact.
Oh yeah.
Why it happens, I don't know. But yeah, the brain somehow is struggling, you know, because it needs to shut down and get into that deep sleep. Else you end up getting more sick, right? But yeah, normally, I can stay awake for 3 or 4 hours, and then I feel really, really tired and have to go to bed. So at the moment, we're doing okay. So before this hospital thing with the latest apparition, or whatever you want to call it, out of body.
Yeah.
What was the one before that you had?
Oh, that was years before, wasn't it? Yeah. Seen an entity in my dream, basically.
Right. And it's totally different, isn't it?
Oh yeah. This was a totally different. I was awake in my dream, as far as I was concerned. I mean, it woke me up. I woke up because I felt like something was pushing, like the finger behind my earlobe. To be honest, I thought it was a dog's nose. I thought the dog was trying to wake me up to go out. For some reason. And so I thought, geez. And I didn't even look at the time. I put my arm out to put my hand on the dog's head, and I touched something. Didn't feel like the dog. So I thought, what was that? And I turned my head to the left and opened my eyes. oh, geez, there was this thing in the dream. And I'm asleep with the bathroom light on, you see.
Yeah.
Or sometimes even the living room light, always like a little bit of light, because I've got up and tripped over the dog and that in the past, because every now and again he'll sleep at the side of the bed rather than on the bed with me.
Yeah.
And yes, now that happened again. So yeah, I left a light on. It's not enough to it's not blinding, but it's enough
No.
to for you to see in the room, and you can get a damn good view of this thing, like, you know. And yeah, it was basically pretty much like a Hollywood alien grey, and
Yeah.
it was moving away from me at this point.
What colour was the skin?
Well, it was semi-dark. All I can say, it was a darkish colour, greyish dark colour.
Right. So
Yeah,
did it have big
that's all
eyes? Did you see the eyes at all?
Well, the eyes, it was side on at first, but then I started to panic and I'd reach for the light switch. And as soon as I got my hands near the light switch,
They disappear.
it turned and looked at me. And as soon as it looked at me, I thought, oh, everything's okay. I can go back to sleep now. And it's still there.
Yeah. So that sounds like a
woke up in the
mental
morning.
thing being transported to you. But like when I saw mine and I fell asleep. Sounds very similar, but I didn't hear any voices.
Well, it was like I'd had a message, but I was reassuring myself that everything was okay. It was kind of strange. I think
I was thinking, oh, I'm very tired now. I have to go to sleep. I think that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just felt that, oh, everything's okay. Nothing's going to happen. I mean, I can go back to sleep.
That's interesting.
When I say go back to sleep, as soon as I put my head on the pillow, I was gone. And then I woke up. It was about, I don't know, 10 a.m. And Jesus Christ, I remembered everything. And I'm looking for a means of how this thing got in. I'm looking in my wardrobe and looking, oh, jeez, man. I'm checking all over the house.
Yeah.
I'm sat down, bollock naked. And,
you know what I did the next day? I ordered cameras to make sure I could capture it next time. You didn't order any cameras, did you? Or set up your smartphone as a camera to record over night time? That would have been interesting if you did. It still might be happening. You might not know about it though. You know, it might be happening to both of us, and we might not know what's going on. Maybe they slipped up on those days that we woke up, right?
Yeah, this is it. You don't know, do you? It's not very nice. It's not a very nice thing to contemplate, to be honest, because I'm kind of open to that being some kind of sleep disorder or some kind of hallucination. I'm open to it, but I'm never going to know, am I? So it's always going to be there on your mind.
It's always on your mind. Yeah, it hasn't got rid of on mine either. Haven't got rid of that in my mind either. And when I tell people that I may have an alien visitation, they think you're a bit of a, mental.
Yeah, exactly. Roll their eyes, and it hasn't happened to them.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You're still going to process the information, even if it was some kind of hallucination.
The funny thing, though, I wasn't scared during mine, but I was in lots of pain because they were sticking a needle in me where my back pain was extremely painful at the time. And that's why I sort of sat at the edge of the bed with no pain. It lasted like a couple of weeks, and then some of the pain come back slowly. But it never ever got as bad as it ever did where I needed to take drugs again. And back then, I wasn't taking drugs because, as you know, the side effects of the pee, and it turns off your internals, and it also makes you want to vomit as well. So yeah, I didn't really like the drugs, but sometimes when you're in lots of pain, that's the only option you could take and have a good night's sleep. But yeah, I wasn't taking any pills by then. I was off it for a week or so, and I shouldn't have had any hallucinations on the lowest dosage anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, it really happened. And I got up in the morning and looked in the parents' room. They were still asleep, and the dog was asleep. And I thought, That's really strange. And do I tell them? Do I ask them if they had heard anything? So it's a bit embarrassing to ask people, you know, even your family, because they might think you're losing it. But in the end, I did actually tell Mum, and then she says, "It's funny you should say that. One night you were screaming out, and or it sounded like your TV was on, and I was hoping that you were going to turn it down because it was going to wake up Dad." Because I'm staying with my parents' house. When I got back from Australia, I had nowhere to go, so I ended up renting here, and I've never been financially stable enough to move on, because I've always been sick and whatnot. But yeah, and I said, no, that night wasn't the night where I had strangers happen. That was the next night. And I said I was in bed before 3 o'clock, and you reckon it was 3 o'clock that the shouting was happening. So whether I was struggling with some entities and I don't recall it, I don't know. But I was probably screaming at them and pushing them away, because you know me, I'm a bit of a fighter. You see me on videos when I wake up and I think there's something standing in the shadow. I start punching it just in case, because I don't want to be in. You know, there could be a what's his name, Ted Bundy in the room. Yeah, it's very scary when it happens, and you think, you're losing your mind, and you get up and your bit heart's racing, and you go to the toilet and you try and get a drink and relax and then get back to bed and go to sleep again. But yeah.
Well, you know the funny thing about that, Paul, something we've forgotten, yeah? What happened to me and what happened with you with that first experience with the guy that stuck a needle in your back? They're very close together, you know?
Yeah, and I think that's probably, is when I'm trying to piece it together. How'd they find me? And it could only be through Earl Grey and SoCal MUFON, who said people that associated with him also ended up having encounters, and it might happen to me. He told me one year that is a fact, that something might happen to me in future. And then you start telling your story for the first time, and that's all sort of making sort of connections, right? Maybe the boulders. Maybe the boulders were in New Zealand. Maybe you visit. Yeah, maybe you're visiting me. Maybe you transported to my location here, which has stony beaches. But yeah, we're only making guesswork there. But yeah, a world is stranger than we realise when you start having things like this happen to you, and you start questioning your reality, right? So the thing is, we don't really know what consciousness is, and how a bunch of atoms that fire electricity and form of neuron cells and all that, how that sort of got developed and turned into creatures that have senses and able to communicate with each other and create art and music and all that sort of stuff. We don't know how all that sort of works, and we probably never will. We don't even know what the universe is. And now they've got the James Webb telescope out. It's getting weirder by the month, isn't it? And they're seeing more and more galaxies further and further away, realizing that the universe seems to be almost endless. So yeah, I think we need people like Elon Musk to get out into space and actually physically start exploring stuff and moving and creating bases and moving further and further outfield into the galaxy that we're currently in. But we won't be around, if we won't know. All our answers might be in the future. I'm not sure if we're going to get the answers when we die. And there's such a thing as death anyway. Maybe that creature you're talking to saying, I'm alive, but not how you understand it. So maybe when our bodies die, the energy, which they call the soul, actually is part of what they are, There might be energy beings, so to speak, not to be mixed up with the bullshit. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Clipped out on me.
Yeah, another thing that bugged me after that experience is what were they looking for? They were searching for something, and like information.
Yeah. In your case, I don't know what they were looking for, but my case, I thought it was trying to help my back pain, but maybe they were doing experiments on me, and they were causing the back pain, and that night they turned it off somehow. So I don't know. And it's that time when my autoimmune system was starting to attack my eyes, and I was starting to lose my vision. And it all happened around about COVID time, wasn't it? 2020, 2019. I have to look at all the dates and things, but yeah, I don't know if it was a vaccine, maybe. But I did have the autoimmune before the vaccine, apparently. So whether it's COVID that caused it, maybe I had COVID and didn't know. Who knows? But New Zealand was pretty less COVID around in other countries at that time. I'm pretty sure it's related to the alien visit, the autoimmune problem I've got, and it might be what's I've still got now is ongoing problems with the autoimmune system, messing up my hormones now and causing all the swelling and extra pain elsewhere in the body. Maybe they're modifying DNA or something. Who knows? Because
yeah. It's funny, like you know that guy. I mean, I don't like his podcast. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Thomas Fessler.
Oh, I can't stand him.
He said, Thomas Fessler. Yeah, you do know who he is.
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Yeah, he said he had a visit as a child, and it screwed up his immune system, didn't he?
Ah, did he? See, this is what I mean. This is why people need to come out and tell their stories. Yeah, there may be some connections.
The bullshit doesn't mean to say his original story wasn't at least real to him. And his health problems are real, but yeah, sure.
And another thing is a lot of these abductee people turn out to be homosexuals as well, which I find interesting. Gary Norman's a gay man, right?
Thomas Fessler's got a husband, so,
Yeah. There's a lot of gay people, and also Earl Grey talked about similar people that had similar problems.
I don't know about that.
They had immune problems. He talked about that as well. But that girl was talking about it being reptilians that she heard from. I can't remember what he said that she had. We'd have to look at the old episode and have a re-listen to the story. It's on my channel. It's just a matter of finding the Earl Grey playlist. Be in there somewhere. But some of the stories that he comes out with are just crazy. And he tells a lot of stuff in private. They never makes public, right? He doesn't reveal names. Yeah, carry on.
There's a guy in there in the side chat. I was asking, why is this not live ever? Well, it's live now, and we're talking.
That's right, we're live now. Or is it? Yeah, it's definitely live. Let's see. Place the message to him. Yes, just in case. Yeah, this is not a what do you call it? Premiere. This is actually like it's live now. We do play clips from non-live stuff, videos and stuff, and discuss it and do live debunks on my other episodes together, where everybody can chip in and say nay or yay to it. As you're showing, Robert doesn't always believe in my interpretation. Everybody's entitled to their own view, but
you'll never get anyone to agree on everything in this subject. God, you must be insane if you think that.
Yes. So, did they actually work? Right, I got interrupted by the robot. Did it? Ooh, we're going to get some lunch here. So I might have to leave you to talk a wee bit while I munch on some stuff here. So I'll put the pillow there.
Well, to be honest,
Yeah.
I could do with stretching my legs a little bit as well, Paul.
Okay, if you want to have a little minute break, we can do that. I might go toilet myself.
Yeah, kind of cramped here.
I'll put up something here. And you can talk about your next thing that happened after that. I think it was your girlfriend one, was it? It was the girlfriend situation. And then the one before that was lost time when you're walking the dog. And before that was...
that's going back to when I was in my 30s.
Yeah, but you can retell those stories again if you want to. But yeah, we'll just have a little break now, and I'll put up a little emanation here. I'll do Space Invaders or something. So yeah, everybody go and grab a drink. We'll be back again in a couple of minutes. And I'll just mute the mic here. Which one is it?
Okay, is that muted? I take it that's a yes. Right. Oh.
Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker of all. Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO. Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker of all time. Since filming with Bob Lazar, I have had to change my identity to Jimmy L. Dummel. You can call me Dumb for short. I did this super great movie called The Skinwalker. But really it was 99% Nap's work repackage. Hey. Anyhow, I just have to shameless plug the best UFO channel on the web, the Out There channel. So show him some support. Just simply giving a thumbs up for a like on today's show helps a lot, in posting comments on videos and watching some of the older videos. And if you're loaded with cash and like to help cover costs and buy new gear to keep the channel going, I show you how to find the links now. Visit his About tab. There you can find his direct PayPal for one-off payments, or his Patreon to be a monthly supporter from as low as $1. And if you like his cool logos and funny artwork on a tee or hoodie, there's a merch link. I love that back graphic for Black Ops logo, recently added. Also watch out, to moderator in the side chat will post some quick links for you and other useful stuff from time to time during the live events. See ya later, UFO and alien fans. Dumpty do dumpty pay.
Ah, jeez. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Haha, tricked you, not ending. Yeah, that James Fox thing I did a couple of years ago when I was on Facebook. You might remember the show he did. It was really bad. It was called Chasing UFOs. Do you remember that? So I based it on that.
I would have.
Because everywhere you work, people talked about seeing UFOs, and when he went there was nothing there for him to see.
Yeah, of course there is.
Yeah. Well, I almost finished eating, but if you want to carry on with your stories, just go ahead.
Well, I mean, I've had quite a few experiences over a lifetime. I mean, it's usually many years that pass between. But yeah, that one when I walked the dog with missing time. But that's an interesting one. But if you're looking for aliens or being on board the ship, it's got nothing like that. You know what I mean? But it was interesting nevertheless, because I was supposed to be out. I was going down the boathouse for a beer. I was supposed to be there for like 8:30 and 9, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. I'd take a dog out first. So I knew I had to be back, and I couldn't be too long. So I used to aim to take him, you know, minimum around 30 minutes at least. So I set off, and I knew where I was going. You know, I was leaving my bungalow here. I was going to walk down Potterville Hill, then turn onto the top road to the Breakwater. And then I was going to come back through the old watermill and then come over the stiles and into the park and find my way home from there. I would have been about a quarter of a mile away from home by then. By the time I'd extended the walk by walking around the park a bit, yeah, it would have been around about 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. Anyway, the funny thing is, I left the house. I remember the first 5 minutes of the walk, 10 minutes of the walk. And then, I don't remember anything until I came out of the park gates. At that time, I'm like 5 minutes from home. So, I thought, wow, that's an odd feeling. I looked at the dog. Dog seemed okay with everything. I looked at the sun, which was lower than I thought. It was setting over the mountain in the west. Anyway, I just carried on walking home. I come into the house and my dad says, "Bloody hell, Rob, that was a good walk. Where have you been?" I looked at the time, and I'm already late. It's like 9:30, 9:30, 10:15. Oh, jeez. So I said, how long have I been gone? My dad says, a couple of hours. I thought, well, that's strange. There's no way that walk would have taken that long. Not even with a flaming walking stick or crutches, it would have taken that long. So I went into my mum's bedroom and I needed more confirmation, you know, and my mum said again, same thing, "Where did you go?" Oh, Jesus. But I was so concerned now that I was late and I was meeting people, you see. I don't know what I did. I just had a shave or something and grabbed my money and rushed down the pub as quick as I could. And do you know what? I didn't really pay that a hell of a lot of thought afterwards for quite a while. No, I should have been quite alarmed by that. I should have been quite alarmed. But I wasn't.
Sounds like you almost drugged.
I mean, it was such a nice day, tranquil evening. I suppose you could have gone into your own little zone, but
not with a dog.
Like that, so
I've had the dog with me. There's no way, because they keep you awake.
Well, no, I don't mean stop somewhere and fall asleep. That's impossible. I never did that. No, I didn't do that. I just, daydream. You know.
I sit down on the back bench because I get a sore back. Or out of breath. This is the current thing I have is out of breathness. Because my legs are so heavy, and I think it needs a lot of blood, and the heart's trying to push against all this water fluid retention, and it's making my heart work harder and the lungs harder to try and get oxygen to it. So I have to sit down on the bench, and then I look at the stars.
Paul, I had nothing like that. So
okay,
no, nothing like that.
Yeah,
I was pretty good shape. Even now, I can do that without having to stop too much. You know,
that almost sounds like you need hypnotized.
No way, we just talked about that. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I know. But it'd be good to see if there's anything Even if it turns out to be maybe fictitious, it would be interesting to see what you'd say.
Yeah,
and
it could. You know, one interesting aspect of this whole phenomenon really is time slips.
Especially in UK.
Time slips are really interesting. They happen all over the world, you know. But yeah, there's actually a Facebook site that it's called Time Slips, and every now and again, maybe once a week, someone chimes in with a really interesting story. I think it happens to people a lot more than what's understood. Put it that way.
Right.
I mean, my dad had a time slip. I mean, if my dad wasn't as serious about this subject as he was, I don't suppose I'd be having this conversation with you now.
No.
I mean, my dad was cycling. My dad was cycling. He was based then. This was 1947, by the way. He was dating my mum. My mum was in Holyhead, and my dad was based at T-Cross Army Base. And T-Cross is about 14 miles from Holyhead. So what he used to do, he used to finish work, and he'd cycle into Holyhead to see my mum.
Yeah.
And he'd do this most nights, or every night, as far as I understood. This one night, so he was familiar with all the scenery on the way. He'd done the trip so often, you know. So this one night, he was cycling, and he see a building on his. It would have been on his right hand side as he was cycling towards Holyhead, and he said to himself, "Hold on, there's no building there. I don't remember any building there." This building was lit up in all its glory, and he stopped. And he looked, and he could see, you know, gas lights in the top bedrooms, and he even seen a silhouette of someone walking past. And this really scared him because he knew that building shouldn't have been there. He just put his head down and he rode for the wind until he got back to the head. And of course, the next day, he stopped off in exactly the same place, double checked, and there was nothing there, but there was a foundation. He'd done some research into that, and there was a building, but it wasn't there at the time he was there. That building had long gone.
Yeah. I've heard lots of stories like this.
Yeah. As I said, they're more common than what people understand.
So your family has a history of strange stuff then. Makes me wonder if my family's had... Your family, wasn't it? Your dad, did you say?
Well, my dad had one experience. My mum had none.
Yeah, but they may have had more, but they can't remember. They could have had more, but not told you or whatever as well.
Well, I wouldn't know about that. I wouldn't know.
No.
It became a lifelong interest to my dad.
So your dad was in the army or air force or something like that, was it? Air force.
He was in the army. He was a gunner.
Army. And my dad was in the Air Force. You see, it always seems to have that military linkage of people that have experiences. Always have some military in the background. You notice that? And it makes me wonder. Makes me wonder if they're not telling everything they know about their own past. Dad's good at telling wartime stories of bombs being dropped on him and being stuck in a bunker with a German bomb leaning against the door, and they had to be underground for 5 hours, and he got claustrophobic. And people were panicking. There may have been other stuff that he's not going to talk about because he's embarrassed to talk about it. But I know my dad has seen apparitions in the garage, and the only time he's mentioned it is when I talk about mine, and he says, "Oh, it's funny you should say that. Last night I just saw apparition as well." You know, why don't you tell us that on the night? You know.
Yeah.
And Mum says, "Oh, did you?" He didn't even tell Mum.
Oh,
you know, people just keep it to themselves. You see. But maybe it was his old girlfriend. His old girlfriend never got over him, and I think she died. So it may have been her coming to see him for the last time.
Jeez.
Or she was staring at him and noticed that he saw her, and then she vanished. But I don't know about past lives. I really don't know. I don't know how it's all connected into the ufology side of things. But paranormal is definitely... Yeah, just paranormal is connected to ufology in some way, because you've got lots of stories like that, and I have as well. So,
yeah, when we're talking about ghosts, we don't really know that they're dead people, do we? I mean, that's kind of an assumption that people have made down the centuries, really. Spirits of dead people, trapped souls, lost souls. Come on, we don't know anything. We don't know what it is. It could be a trickster, somebody who's playing games with us.
Yeah.
I mean, some people in the religious community, it's Satan playing with us. You know.
Yeah.
It's like one man's alien will always be another man's demon. And you just can't stop. It depends on your social framework or your belief system. You know, the way you've been brought up. I mean, if we've seen a UFO 500 years ago, they weren't going to call it a UFO because, I mean, the acronym hadn't even been invented. Alien life, nobody had even thought of that. So what were they going to call an alien 500 years ago? They'd have called it a demon, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it would have been Satan's work. You know, they didn't have any of the frameworks to go by.
And of course, people wouldn't talk about it because they think you've been possessed by a witch or you were a witch, and they would hang you.
Paul, that was a very real danger back then. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Salem wasn't that long ago. Was it? When was it? 1692.
Yeah.
Kind of scary. Yeah.
Yep.
So, like, I don't know. I'll tell you what, though. I did read through the Winthrop diaries. You know, when they moved to Boston, Massachusetts, didn't they? Well, they occupied quite a lot of MA for short. They left in Portsmouth in England, and there were several vessels, and I think they all made it, didn't they? I think they all made it, but a lot of people died on the journey. It was a heck of a journey. But Winthrop recorded it all, and he talked about one experience that happened. Oh, this is well before the Salem witch trials. Now it would have been in the 1750s, 1760s, I think.
Yeah.
Where there was a bunch of people on a boat, and they were going up tide, carrying some stuff with them, some foodstuffs and that for somebody else, what have you. And they were approached by a light that came down this river, you see. And it got really close to them, and they all blacked out. They had no memory at all. And then they suddenly came around, and they'd been dragged back against the tide a couple of miles, and they had 2 hours of missing time. Now, what would we call that today? An abduction event, wouldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
And it's there clear as day the way it's explained. Of course, it's in a kind of an oldie English, but that can be easily translated to modern English. In fact, you can read it raw as it is, and you still understand it.
Yeah,
I thought that was damn interesting. It really was.
Yeah.
Multi-witness case. No one had anything to gain there. They weren't going to sell a story to the newspaper, were they?
No. Yeah. That's why the older stuff is a bit more interesting, because people tell the stories without being paid, you know. And
the only problem is we can't go back and talk to the witnesses, can we?
No. But
Well,
if you
in
ever
the
look
time
at
machine,
if you look at Alien Grey now today, they do look like demons, right? They got the black eyes and 3 foot, 4 foot, which is like little devils, right? You hear the stories about demons grabbing hold of the legs and limbs. I'm pretty sure Alien Greys would do the same, cut you off. And like I said, the one I grabbed was pretty strong. So, whether the biologics or part machine, part bio, I don't know. But they're they were certainly robot-like. They had no feelings, so they didn't give off like warmth or anything like that. They always give off. In one case, one was more evil vibe, and the other one was more neutral vibe. So, but
maybe it's a suppressive life form, that's just programmed to do what it does, has no emotions or as such, but we don't know that. It's a lot of people think that the Greys have been framed in a way, because when you look back at all the humanoid encounters these alien guys, they come in all shapes and sizes, but they've all got one thing in common: they're all humanoid. They've got 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Now, I've got a friend. He's an emeritus professor. All that means is he's allowed to keep his title as a professor, even though he's retired.
Right.
So he was at Liverpool University. He's a biologist. So it's important you understand he's a biologist, because he's pretty qualified to say what he said. And what he told me, it's alien, but it's not alien enough. It's impossible biology. How can something from a distant planet all have evolved the same way, basically, as we have? It doesn't make any sense.
You can't discount it, though.
No,
maybe the alien Greys, the caregivers, and they plant, they seed the planets with life. Makes sense that they would seed it with similar creatures and humanoids type creatures, but maybe alter the DNA a wee bit. We might be all part of an experiment, and for some reason they pick on you, pick on me. For some reason, maybe because we're more in the field and less scared about it. I don't know if you were scared, I wasn't super scared of my encounters. They always seemed to be neutral to me. Even when it was sticking a needle in my back, it seems like they're on a mission and they were going to complete it.
I'd say the same, that it was a fairly neutral experience, but most people I've spoken to, Paul, aren't having a good time.
Yeah, I'm not having a good time now with my health problems, but
no, I mean they've still had to process that information, and it weighs on the mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly. But this missing time one, was it after the boat thing or before the boat thing?
Thailand, what are you talking about?
When you're out fishing, was it before the dog walking time missing? Was that before when you saw the UFO on the boat, or after?
Well, I never seen a UFO on a boat, Paul. I was fishing, but I wasn't on a boat. I was on the coast.
Oh, were you? I thought you were on a boat.
Yeah. No, I've never had a boat. I've never owned a boat. I used to work on fishing boats. But I've never seen a UFO when it was out on a fishing boat.
Okay, let's get rid of the boat. When you saw the orb out to sea, was that before the missing time, or did that happen after the missing time?
That was after. That would have been the late 90s. By the late 90s, I was in the late 30s.
Right.
Difficult to say exactly the timeline now, Paul, because we're going back 20 years plus. See,
unless you documented it into a diary.
I wasn't as serious then as I am now. I'm more than It's an interest. I can tell
So you
that.
think there might have been a flying saucer in that park when you walked through it that night or evening?
No, I never. No, I'm not suggesting any such thing. That would be ridiculous. I don't know.
But if there was an alien packed on that, is the park big enough to hide a UFO?
Where I went, where I lost my memory, it was starting to get a remote area. Yeah.
So there could easily have been a 50-foot craft in the trees that you didn't know about.
Of course, but I have no idea.
No, because you don't have the memory of it.
I don't have any memories, no.
Okay, it's a bit of a shame.
Well, it is, but it is what it is. I'm not going to make something up, that's for sure.
Who we got on here? We've got a few people popping on. Valky, okay. How's it going? Good day, Paul and Robert. I've been watching this channel for a few years. Okay, well, thanks for the support. Jasper, haven't seen you for a while. Hope you have a Merry Christmas there with your family. It's normally a time to be with family, Christmas, or friends. As it gets a bit lonely. When I was in Australia, I didn't have anybody over there, and I realised how empty it was not having a regular Christmas. So I was sitting on the balcony having to cook my own chicken wings, I think it was, for Christmas. I just lost my contract job and I was living on savings, wondering what my future hold over in Australia was. That I was going to lose everything. Basically, I did lose everything in the end. But, it is what it is, and if that didn't happen, then I probably wouldn't have been doing a UFO channel even today. So things happen for a reason, I believe, and we meet people for a reason. So I might have met Robert because then that triggered my own experience. Maybe I was meant to meet Earl Grey, and I think I met Earl Grey roughly at the same time as Robert, if I think back now. I've had very similar experience. I woke up. You want to come on Voice and talk about your experiences? You're quite welcome to. I can post a link.
Yeah,
you can join.
That levitating thing that's happened to so many people. You know.
Yeah.
I woke up, the floating out on my bed. A blanket was above me, moving in a magnetic type movement. Yeah, 3 feet away from the ceiling. Yeah, was there like it was like a hole in the ceiling. Some people describe that they can see a bright light and they're coming towards a bright light.
I'll give you a link. You can join Robert on the side if you want to. Anybody out there can actually come in if they want to talk about their experiences, because we're not going to judge anybody, especially on the first telling of a story. We might question it further on, but because we had our own experiences, we're a lot more open than most people. I'll just get the link up here. Now you just need a browser. Normally open up a new window or a new tab and paste this into it. I'll just post it there. And you can actually call in by phone, but I haven't checked the number if it's changed since the updates. So you can just type that in your browser and give it permission to your microphone and camera. And you can join Rob up there and talk to us on air. If you're on a phone or haven't got a laptop or PC, you might have to download the app. I'll just paste the link to...
For some people. Understandable if you can't do it.
Yeah, I'll just post it up. Anyone can join us, as long as you want to be fair and not to actually try and disrupt the show or be stupid about things, you know. We can actually ban you and block you now as well. You might need to use your Google account to serial auth connection with the ID now. But anyway, see how you go. If you want to join us and tell your story, that would be great. It's been a while since people have been brave enough to tell their stories. Please keep your videos going. Yeah, it's a bit difficult at the moment. I'm in a bit of a bind with finances worse than ever, and I got to get by the medical stuff for myself to make me better. So I got lots of outgoings and not enough income, and as you know, because I'm on government handout. Well, what they call assisted living.
Benefit.
If you're sick. It's always one thing, right? First of all, it started off with my gallbladder that was undiagnosed properly for 20 years, and I was really sick with it. And then it went on to the back problem, which I believe it might have been a gallstone got away in the end, and it was causing this pain in my middle back above the kidney. But it was at the time when the alien greys showed up and started sticking needles into me where that pain just all vanished. So maybe they fixed that up in the process. I don't know. This is all the unknowns, right? And I've lost my track now, thinking this is a problem with my sleep patterns at the moment. That's really terrible. It does really affect your short-term memory.
Yeah, okay, never mind if you can't make it. But yeah, if you want to add to the story, please,
yeah,
please go.
Yeah, that's all right. Anyone else out there is welcome. Unpilled, give it a try, and Rumble, of course, as well. It should have gone out to all the places through the multi-chat here. But, yeah, and then you talked about your girlfriend one. That was a really strange one, where she was talking a strange language while she was sleeping.
Oh, God, yeah, that was a spooky one, that, yeah. And why the hell didn't I record it, Paul?
Nah, I was just going to ask you.
Yeah.
I would love to have heard it. It reminds me of those old poltergeist documentaries in the UK where the guy goes along with the old tape recorder and starts recording the strange voices coming out the gills. Enfield poltergeist, a bit like that. Your story kind of reminded me of that. Get out!
No, it wasn't like that. It was unintelligible. You couldn't hear. There was no English in it. None at all. But it just wasn't any known language. It could have been, but it was one I didn't know. But it didn't sound... I'd never heard that language before. And it was so quick. And so fluent.
Yeah. Sounds like there's a lot more that we don't understand that's going on in dream states, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
How can the mind come up with its own language, was she expert in languages by any chance, or anything that's...
Well, nah. She knew Welsh and she knew English, but it was neither of them. It was, it was very short. There was no syllable, nothing much in the way of syllables, like syllable. These syllables.
Yeah.
It was
strange.
2 syllables at the most in any word,
Yeah.
I listened to it for a long time, but at the time I had quite an antiquated phone, I didn't have a smartphone, but there could have been a record thing on it. I don't know, but I didn't check. In the end, I shut the door and I don't want to listen to this. It's spooking me out.
So there's a bit Oz factor. There's an Oz factor there, by the sounds of it. Like you didn't think about recording it. So that's typical Oz factor, isn't it? You're sort of like in this dream state when you're seeing the UFO or alien, and you don't even think about grabbing a camera.
No.
They happened to Earl Grey recently. I'm not sure if he's made the story public or not. I don't think he has. But he saw a UFO and he went into the Oz factor and didn't record any of it. He had the gear in the car and stuff, I believe. So all he could do is he actually submitted a report on MUFON, I think. I think it might be public. But he could only tell the story. He had no evidence.
We spoke for over an hour on video chat recently.
Yeah.
It was the first catch-up we've had... because typing sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And you sort of misread
nice
things in between and misspell things.
Exactly. It's nice to see someone's face, like, you know.
Yeah.
So that was good. I enjoyed that. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was always good
Yeah.
to talk to. And we can talk about any subject
Yeah,
with him, really.
You're not even long enough. So we could have gone on all night, to be quite honest. Like, you know.
Yeah. His wife must get sick of him talking about UFOs, though, hey? She works for Hollywood.
No,
she works
she's
for
actually
Disney.
interested. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she just. She might be interested, but I think she does get sick of him always talking about UFOs.
I'll tell you what she doesn't like. Is Earl bringing up that bedroom experience. She doesn't want to talk about that.
Yeah, his experience was a crazy one.
Yeah, and she got caught up in it, yeah. I don't mind you studying UFOs, but tell your little friends to F off.
Yeah. That's right, you don't really want to be like a guinea pig subject, though. That's the problem. My cable's got tangled up here. Let me see if I can undo it. I hate cables. But yeah, so that's all your stories told off with then. But maybe you can talk about your experience when you're fishing.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, when I was 15. Yeah.
You can retell that story again, and you might be able to talk about the ghosts on the pier again if you want to.
Well, that is the one that was when I was 15. Yeah.
That wasn't the all about to seed one, though, was it?
Oh, I mean, that was all over in 8 seconds. I mean, I can just tell you that quickly now. It was basically a large orb of light that Vince seen first, and in the couple of seconds it took for Vince to tell me, look at the speed on that boat. He said, well, it wasn't a boat, was it? Well, of course, it looked to be on the water at the time, and so I could understand why I thought it was a boat. But by the time I'd looked up, it was already like halfway off the horizon and rapidly approaching us. And before I knew it, in just another 3 or 4 seconds, it was alongside us. And I measured on Google Earth, so I knew exactly where it stopped. Because it stopped and hovered, you see. Otherwise, it would have crashed into the coastline. And the point where it stopped, the distance between me and whatever this sphere of light was 372 meters. So it was quite close, isn't it?
Yeah, but how big would it be? This orb of light?
Several feet across. Several feet across.
Right. So you don't think it had any person inside it? You don't believe any alien or person could be inside it then? So you think it might be a drone?
No, it wasn't a drone. Well, put it this way, yeah. If Vince was right and that was on the horizon, we were about 15 feet above the horizon. So I've done some quick calculations, and that would have made the horizon 4 miles away. Okay, so that travelled 4 miles in less than 10 seconds. That's hypersonic speed. And then it just stopped and hovered right on this cove. And then maybe it hovered for 2 seconds. And then there was like what I could only describe as like an electrical discharge, which was enough to make you blink, and it was gone. But because it was so close to the cove, I thought it had gone into the cove and we just couldn't see it anymore. Whatever that discharge was, it looked dangerous, and it unnerved us both a little bit. Because we knew it wasn't now very close to us, and the way it could travel, it could have got to us within damn a second. Do you know what I mean? So we didn't panic and rocks or anything like that. But we packed our gear in and we left.
Hmm.
I went to the Cove the next day with the dog,
Mm.
and I don't know what I was expecting to see, but there was nothing there, of course.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that at least you weren't alone. That would have been more scary if you're alone.
Well, yeah. Do you know the funny thing is though? Yeah, I contacted Vince on Facebook about 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years
to
ago.
try and validate it, I suppose. Get
Well,
signed up.
Yeah, and he came round, yeah, and he said the funniest thing, and he says, "Yeah, that night, yeah." He said, "I know something happened. But I can't remember it anymore." And I thought, "Oh, jeez."
Oh no, that's no good.
Yeah. And I felt, "Oh yeah, but he talked to everyone about it at the time."
Yeah.
So he told this story. Do you know what I mean? But now he claims that he. I wonder if he just thought that I had this UFO group and he wanted my statement or something, and I was gonna do something public with it.
But that would be handy though,
Yeah,
to back up what you're saying. Have someone else make a statement.
Well, I've never actually told that story on my group. To be honest, it's just another anecdotal story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Too many of them, and unfortunately, and I don't have the time. I don't have the date.
Yeah.
I can tell you it was Saturday. I can tell you it was November. I can tell you it was late 90s, but I can't be sure of the year.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, I checked the Coast Guards.
A lot of the orbs tend to be red nowadays, but yours was white, you said.
Yeah, it was white. It was white. And let's say now it was 10 feet across, just for argument's sake. It was lighting up double that area of water underneath it.
Hmm. Interesting.
And it looked to be about 6 to 10 feet off the water.
Yeah.
But I was.
And that was when you were 15. So what year would that have been? 15?
No, that was in the late 90s. In the late 90s, Paul, I would have been. I born in '66, so I'd have been over 30.
So that fits in with a lot of the stories coming out of the Navy then, with the orbs then. And that was around about the same time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You got 2004. It's not too far away from the 90s. Now we've got drones, but I think there's a lot of disinformation with the drone stuff. There may be some legit drones, but...
I think so. I mean, what followed those Coast Guards? I mean, that was interesting, wasn't it? And that was just last week or the week before.
Coast Guards, you have to remind me about that one because I've seen so many stories now. Coast Guards.
Yeah, exactly. And people are taking, video of planes and any old light in the sky, and they're calling it a drone, or they're calling it aliens.
Yeah,
Jesus,
that's right.
man.
That's terrible, kind of isn't it?
Massive, it's set in New Jersey at the moment, and there's so much noise you can't see the woods for the trees.
Yeah. So what was the Coast Guard one? Just to give us a summary there.
No. Well, I got in contact with the Coast Guard just in case anyone else had seen it that night.
Ah, right. Your story you're talking about.
All the records they had from 1995 to 2000.
Yeah.
And they came back and said it'd been destroyed.
Damn. Yeah, you got to be onto the stuff pretty quick, I suppose.
I mean, exactly. Let's just tell you quickly about a case that I got around about 2 months ago, maybe. The case came to my attention, and it was a girl, and she was with her child. And she was on Pochelli Beach. Now, she gave me precise time, precise dates, everything, and that gave me something to work with. Do you know what I mean? So it was on Pochelli Beach, and what happened? She heard a sound overhead, She looked up, there was nothing there. But this was her words. Remember these words now?
Yeah.
It was making a whining sound like something was spinning. It was making a whining sound like something was spinning.
Yeah.
But she couldn't actually see anything. Anyway, she felt a bit frightened by it. And her partner was on the far side of the beach, and she went over, told her partner, and her partner said to her, well, it's funny you should say that. I was looking over that way and I seen a shadow over you.
Yeah.
So I asked her what part of the beach it was, because Pwllheli is a long beach. And it's where she was is called West End Beach. So
Right.
I had the time and date and all that. I checked the weather forecast. It was a sunny day, like she said. There was a few clouds in the sky, but not much. The wind was quite stiff at 26 miles an hour. So now I had a look on Google Earth, and I'm looking along West End Beach now just to look for some kind of machinery or something, a factory that could have made that noise. And oh my God, what's that? Oh no, West End Laundrette. It was right behind her. Oh no. Yeah, think about it. It was making a whining sound like something was spinning.
Yeah, washing machine.
Yeah, she had a laundrette right behind her. And she couldn't have seen the laundrette because she's down in a dip in the beach. And she wasn't from Pwllheli, she was from Preston. So she was there on a day out. So she wouldn't have known about the laundrette. No. And I thought now, oh my God, how am I going to tell her that?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean she didn't have a real experience, though. That might have been explainable.
Yeah, I mean, I can't explain the shadow.
Yeah.
I thought then, sunny day, if a cloud had got between the sun and the beach, then it would have,
Yeah.
But yeah,
interesting.
that kind of it took the wind out of my sails, that, when I found that,
Yeah. But there are a lot of stuff said to be USOs on the coast of Wales and Swansea, is it?
Yeah.
Swansea. So.
Well, all down the northwest coast as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Wales, a hell of a lot of sightings, per capita.
You have to ask yourself, where were all the alien USOs during World War II when you needed them for distraction, even as a distraction decoy? They would have been handy, for submarine attacks, because UK got really visually blown to bits with the German subs.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, the first USO was ever reported was in Christopher Columbus's diving 16. When was that?
Yeah.
1492?
Yeah. They saw a glowing light following the boat or something, wasn't it?
Well, it came out of the water. That was the original part of the statement, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it was blue colour or not. I can't remember now. Or just a white light. But yeah, it makes sense that aliens, or some aliens, could be from humanoids that evolved under the sea that can breathe water. And they're very careful about exposing themselves, because they know how dangerous humans are, especially after all the world wars that we've been having.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just don't know what's down there, do we? I mean, it's quite famously known now, isn't it? That we know more about the surface than the moon than we do what's underneath our oceans. We've only mapped about 5% of it, so if something was going to hide down there, then it's a damn good place to be hiding.
Yeah, speaking of which, they're going to research for that MH370 with a special boat with mapping stuff in it. And some expert, aerospace expert, has got new information and pieced together possible places where the plane could have crashed into the sea. So I hope they do find it, because that Ashton Forbes guy, who I'm talking about, that's pushing that fake video of the plane disappearing, needs to be taken down. He's dangerous, that guy. And he's talking about taking out some of the big UFO grifters. Dr. Greer, he's threatening legal action, and Dolan, I think, was on the list. Who else? James Fox, I think, was on the list, on the hit list. But yeah, I don't know what happened to Dolan, but people used to swear by him as a UFO historian, but nowadays...
he's actually writing a book. You know what he's done now? He was going to write one big book on USOs. Now he's splitting it up into 7 parts. So you can have to pay for them all. Yeah.
You can pay for each chapter of the book. Yeah.
He can
he hasn't worked a day in his life, though. Not a regular job or anything like that. So there's this main income. So unless he's getting
he came straight from university into ufology, really.
Yeah, and that's the worst kind, I think. People that had their own experiences, because I don't think he had. Comes into ufology are better people. They're more balanced. A career
ufologist.
Yeah,
Ufologist, that's what he is.
Yeah.
You never trust those people because they've got to keep churning out information.
New stuff, yeah.
Then the income stops. So, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. But he does seem to pick the really worst UFO stories ever, you know, to sort of cover.
You got the Wilson leak.
The Wilson leak, and then you got the alien mummy thing. What was that called?
The Roswell slides.
Roswell slides, and also something baby, was it? Or something? Koto Kid or something? I don't know what it was called now. I can't remember. It had some sort of name like that. Yeah. Well, he's the one that got hold of the Wilson documents, wasn't it? And then started giving it out to other people to have a look at.
Well, he wasn't the first. He certainly wasn't the first, but he was actually he was putting copies out on Twitter or whatever on his own.
Given to him from the widow of Mitchell, this astronaut, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was probably on a pile of material. Could have been anything, you know. It could have been junk mail. Could have been a TV script.
Because Mitchell kept it doesn't mean to say. I mean, why didn't Mitchell ever do anything with it if he thought it was genuine?
Yeah, exactly. Because he would.
I've got some junk in my folders. Just because they're in my folder doesn't mean it's real, does it?
No. Yeah, I just can't. I can't listen to Dolan too long now, and he seems to agree with the people he's interviewing instead of giving a hard rundown like you should do as an interviewer. Well, you should ask them.
I'll tell you a good. I'll tell you a good show to watch. It's not a YouTube channel. It's a radio channel. It's called the podcast. Kurt Collins, Gene Steinberg is the old. These are really old. You know, they've been around a long time.
I've listened to a few of those in the past.
They had Dolan on the show. Dolan never came back.
They destroyed him, did they?
They asked him some questions he didn't like. And, you know, the great thing is, that's what they do with everyone.
Yeah, everybody should be treated the same, not to be disrespectful, but it's the only way you're going to find out if someone's lying.
Well, I mean, there was a tribute, they called it, to John Keel when he passed away, you know. They had about 4 or 5 roundtable people, like with with Tim Beckley was one of them, and who killed very well. And yeah, I think there was Kurt Collins and Steinberg himself knew Keel quite well.
Yeah.
You had James Mosley as well, who knew Keel quite well. James Mosley, now there's an interesting character for you. They had them on this round table, and I thought it'd be nothing but in favour of John Keel. He'd been a great guy, and no, it wasn't like that at all.
Yeah.
Jesus, man, he came over. Keel came over as a nasty bloke.
Yeah, I'm not worried about people asking me hard questions. I'll answer it if I can, and others will say I don't know.
If you're telling the truth, Paul, you're not going to be afraid of any question.
No, because the problem with people with liars is they've got to remember what they said last time they said something. You know, embellishing stuff. You know, and
yeah, if you're looking to split hairs on a story, then yeah, well, good luck to you. You know what I mean? That's debunking, Matt. If you ask me, you know.
And if you ever look at the interviews of Bob Lazar, you can see he changes his story every interview, pretty much. And everyone say the story is rock solid. He's told it for many years, but when you actually look at all the interviews, it's not rock solid.
It's never made a penny. No, it's not. It's shaky as hell.
Yeah.
There's more red flags in a communist parade with that guy.
Yeah.
He's like, he lied about everything. Everything is education, a lot. Said he was at MIT.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember anybody in his class. Are you telling me when you're at university, you don't remember one lecturer or one other person in your class? Well, Bob Lazar claims he doesn't remember anyone. And not just that, they found the physics MIT class that on the year that Bob was supposed to be there, or the years he was supposed to be there. And well, nobody remembers Bob Lazar either. Now, isn't that strange?
He was socially awkward, though. He may not have had any friends. Yeah. He was socially awkward.
No, he would have known people.
But you wouldn't have known the lecturers he had. Even though the names that I had of the lecturers have faded a wee bit, I do still recall some of them.
You only need one name, and you can go check it now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really terrible with dates and names. So that's always something that people are going to pull me up on, because I always get it swapped around, or the dates around the wrong way, or whatever. That's why it pays to document things, and record it, and you can always play it back in a video.
Yeah. It's not a mistake I'll make again.
It's like when I repair something, I'll set up a camera and actually record what I do, because I know I might have to repeat the same thing. And I've used that several times. How to fix up something on a computer. I'll just watch the video I created on me fixing the fault on the computer and refresh my memory how I did it. Because there's a lot of stuff I did in the past I wouldn't have a clue how to do it anymore, and it was super complicated. But yeah, I tried to document with pen and pencil, paper and all that when I was at various companies. I'd document it and word process it up and stick it in a hand manual, so if I left, someone could take over and run the usual software and just follow the steps. So I created the steps for myself, but anyone that stepped into the role could easily take it over. But a lot of places I went into to take over from other people, they didn't do that, and I had to learn stuff the hard way and figure out stuff. Because a lot of people like to keep job security, they don't like to document, and it's pretty bad in the computer field. But anyway, people not much interested in me. So anybody else up there that want to bring a new story to light, go ahead. Jump on the side chat. We posted it before. Apart from that, you got anything else you want to talk about? How long have we been going for?
No, I mean you've got the one on the J quarter. That's it. That'll be pretty much the last of
yeah.
the experiences. Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Anyway, out there, thanks for joining us. That's the time.
Happy Christmas, everybody.
And drive
Even
safely.
if
A lot of people get killed during Christmas on the roads. So yeah, just take care driving. Hopefully, the new year will be even better. But I was just worried about the state of ufology. It's just going downhill more and more. And it's always the same talking heads that seem to dominate it now. And people are subscribing to them. And they're paying lots of money to these guys when they shouldn't be. And the funny thing is, I don't think many of them have their own experiences. I don't think Lou Sondo has had an experience, has he? Unless it's new.
Well, yeah. Hey, listen, mate, I read his book. I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about that for a few minutes.
You can.
Well, the thing is, why did I read his book? Because I don't think much of the guy at all. But I thought, look, you know, people are going to be commenting on my group about this, and they did. And they were putting up images of his book, and this is the greatest book ever. So I'm glad I read it, because I wouldn't have had an answer. You can't comment on a book unless you've read it, you know. So I read the book, and yeah, and you know what? The thing with that stood out was the narcissism was palpable. I mean, it was how hard is Lou. That was just the overwhelming. He was making me sick, to be honest. Like, you know, so hard. Yeah, and he was 2 years in the army. 2 years. Jeremy McGowan got a FOI request.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. 2 years he spent in the army. Then he went into the DOD, and it seems like he just had an office job in the DOD. But according to him, he was like counter-terrorism, counter-espionage, counter-insurgency. He was just counter every bloody thing, you know. And he was remote viewing the enemy and then destroying the enemy. He had his own experience with the Orbs in the house.
Well, right, that's right. He did have one. I forgot about that one, actually. Now you bring it up. But that's highly suspect.
This is a guy now, okay? Let's think about this for a minute. Right?
Yeah.
Highly suspect? Let's think about it. Now, this guy was on Al-Qaeda's wanted list. Well, according to Lou Elizondo, anyway, he's on Al-Qaeda's wanted list. So you'd think somebody like that would have decent security in house.
Yeah.
But no cameras anywhere.
Yeah.
So none of this picked up. None of it.
And what year was it? I can't remember now.
Oh, I can't remember either.
It's pretty late, wasn't it? 2017, maybe? No, 2007.
It was about then. Yes, it was about then.
2007, it rings a bell, but anyway.
Yeah. And as Jay Stratton's wife came out and said, the guy just is a compulsive liar. She hates it.
Yeah.
I mean, look what he tried to do. I could talk a bit more about the book if you want, but look what he tried to do with that mothership UFO, which ended up as chandelier, a reflection of a chandelier.
100% chandelier.
It is, He accepted the fact in the end it was a chandelier.
Yeah.
But someone had got a mobile phone into this conference, you see.
Yeah.
And it was a private one. Yes, so he wasn't expecting anybody to see that mothership UFO, which he knew damn well. The damn thing. It had been altered.
Yeah.
The photo had been filtered.
And he got called out again at another conference after that too.
It had been as well, so you couldn't tell it was. And the worst of it is, he said in this conference that he'd spoken to the two pilots that had seen it. Well, how did the two pilots see the chandelier in this guy's room. Do you know what I mean? He's admitted now it was a chandelier. Then he turns up at Congress. Then I was expecting him to turn up with a box of Amazon on, full of chandeliers. He was trying to pass on over ships or something, you know.
Yeah.
And the thing is, ufology is like the Wild West. It doesn't matter how many mistakes you made, how many times you get caught out lying.
People forgive them.
You bounce back.
Yeah,
you get forgiven. You bounce back. You've done something like that in science, right? God, it's all over.
Oh yeah. He also did. He got caught out on another conference, and he was putting up that Belgian, so-called guy that confessed it was a model as a TR3B. It was dubious as best, you know. But I think that's what happens at these conferences. So they do sneak in stuff, not expecting, especially if it's a private one.
I'll tell you something now, something that nobody, well, unlikely that anybody listening or yourself would know. I have a good friend, he's quite well known in the field. And I won't mention his name, it's not really fair. But I'd say he's probably my age or a little bit older. I'll say his first name. His first name's Michael. So Michael takes his daughter to conferences, you know, and he's well known as a historian and documentary maker occasionally. Anything supernatural, from ghosts to Bigfoot to UFOs, he covers all that, the unknown, basically. So he turned up at this conference, and who was there? He called him Lou Security, Lou Elizondo. He comes over to him, and he says, right, if you record anything in here, I'm going to put you out. And Michael turned around and said to him, what made you think that I was going to record anything? Oh, we got tipped off you were here to record. Oh, come on. Who tipped him off? Bullshit.
Yeah.
Absolute bullshit. He was just being a bully, as he always is. Remember that time he done a podcast with a gun behind him? Like me having a gun, he's right here now. Do you know what I mean? I'm sending out a message to someone out, I don't mess with me. Yeah. And at the time on the show, going on about all these people who were giving him a hard time on Twitter. Well, of course, he had all these fake accounts, and he was dishing out a lot of shit himself. And he's there with this gun behind him. Well, I couldn't quite work the gun out because the camera was cutting off the stock of the gun. I could only see the barrel and some of the mechanics, and it looked to me like a kind of semi-automatic pump-action air rifle, shotgun. So it looked like to me, and I thought that was just a pretty. There's no way he left that in the background by accident. Do you know what I mean? That was bad taste. There we go. The remote viewing stuff. I mean, he done a good job on really reaching the heights of Corso in his book. I don't think he quite managed that, but he came down close.
Now, these orbs, for someone that was meant to be in a head of a UFO department that have cameras, it's very suspect. And happened over a couple of years, wasn't it? So he had plenty of time to set up cameras and capture it.
Yes, this guy works for the DOD, and he's on Al Qaeda's wanted list, but he ain't got a camera in his house. No security. Sure.
Yeah. And we haven't heard from his wife or daughter to confirm his account of Orb. Either, I don't think.
Yes, she's made a statement saying it's true, but my God, that's where his living's coming from now, isn't it? He would have made a small fortune out of that book.
Yeah, she wants the money too, so she's going to lie on his behalf as well.
Absolutely, she's going to back it up. Yeah, I think the book is 100% fiction, to be honest. Sorry, I got a little bit of a.
Yeah, that's all right. Need a UFO show or a lie detector, and all these people have to get hooked up at one stage as a guest and see if they pass. There's a lot of people that would be fun, and Travis Walton, Dr. Greer, Blake Cousins, Alone.
We go on to the podcast. I don't think you'd lost 2 minutes there.
I would go on it. I wouldn't be too scared of them.
No, why wouldn't you go on it?
Yeah. Yeah, we got someone joining us on YouTube again, have we? Let's have a look. It's been very quiet today, but that's alright. People got lots of watching to do when they're bored over Christmas. Do we think the Patterson Gimlin film is genuine? The Bigfoot. You got Monk Bigfoot now.
I don't care. Bigfoot's cool. Bigfoot's fine. Do you know what? I'm leaning towards that being genuine. You know, that's just how I feel at the moment.
I see
something that.
I did a big research thing on it, an episode on it, and I was determined that the film was legit, but not what the subject in it was. But I do believe Bigfoot are real, legit things. I don't think anyone's stupid enough to be walking around in Bigfoot suits in forests, especially when they know they could get shot and all that sort of stuff. So I don't believe anyone would be hoaxing it.
There's two opposing points of view with Bigfoot. One, that it's some kind of maybe dimensional creature, and the other one being that it's a primate and very closely related to us and the apes.
Well, I'd say multiversal creature that comes through a portal into ours.
If you believe like the likes of Stan Gordon, you'd definitely be inclined to think that way. And if you listen to the likes of Ivan T. Anderson, who's dead now, but there's others that are carrying on that work with Bigfoot.
What's your feelings on Whibley Schreiber, whatever his name is, that did the UFO book?
So you have to understand. You have to understand who Whitley Schreiber was before all this came about, and Whitley Schreiber was, of course, a professional, very successful fiction writer.
Yeah.
So when Communion came out, it read just the way all his other books did, like fiction, but only he was claiming this was real. So, I mean, I'm not going to start bashing experiences unless I've got good evidence to suggest that they're lying. Do you know what I mean? I can't tell either way. The thing is now, Whitley Schreiber's got a channel out there, YouTube channel, and he's making but he's saying some really bold things about the aliens out there. Like he's a bit of a messiah. I mean, he was almost standing like Stephen Greer on one episode, you know. So that kind of worries me. And that book, Communion, the front cover where you had the alien grey on it. That's kind of an iconic photo now, an iconic image. And we've had more alien grey encounters since then than we ever did before.
Maybe that gives it some legitness, because where did you get the image from if you didn't experience it, right? And it wasn't very common.
And when a lot of people seen the image, they came forward and said that they'd seen that being as well. So, like, it's difficult to say. It's really difficult.
I'm
hoping Whitley his story is legit. But I mean, if it is, it doesn't cast the alien greys in a good light. What they done to him?
No.
Is it?
Oh, see, the one that started the anal probe nonsense. Wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was.
That's right. Yeah. So that was another one that was difficult
It
for a lot of
wasn't.
people
It wasn't
to
Betty
swallow.
and Barney Hill. It was him. But yeah. Well, if you're getting sore there and need to go, just let us know. If you're getting sore back and stuff there, let us know, and we can end the show.
The back is fine. It's just that I've got my computer quite close to me, you see.
Right. Yeah.
And I can't stretch myself, so I have to stand up now and again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's carry on.
I had a quick water. So
yeah. Now I can talk all day on this sort of stuff, you know. Just not sure what you want to talk about.
Yeah, well, do you want me to talk about that ghost sighting on the breakwater?
Yeah, you can repeat that one. We didn't get to that one, did we?
You've heard it before, but
yeah, we've heard it before, but it was a good one.
Yeah, but there was myself, a guy who was known as Wire, Ian Williams, who still remembers it to this day. There's no change in his story either. There was my dog, Patch, who I think played a significant role in what happened.
Really?
It's not just a ghost sighting, but we've got animal reaction in this as well. So what happened? We moved on to we cycled onto the end of the breakwater. One bike, by the way, one on the back and one of us pedaling, and the dog running behind, which was we were only kids, like 14, 15. 1966. I think it was 1980, possibly 1981 when this happened, and it was summer. We got onto the breakwater. It was around about 10. We kind of figured out that the tide was okay for us to fish on the end of the breakwater for around about an hour. Well, as soon as we cast in, we realised the tide was starting to pull to the left, and once that happened, it would take your gear over to the north and onto the really stony ground, and you generally lose your gear. I mean, you could fish it like with the right type of gear, and but
can we bring up a map off the pier? Has the pier changed in that time?
It's not a pier. It's not a pier. It's Holyhead Breakwater, and you have to remember it goes 1.5 miles out to sea, so we were a long way from anybody.
Let's see if we can bring it up on the map. Holyhead, where are you?
In Ireland. Yeah, in Ireland, yeah. So, yeah. Okay.
Is it Ireland? I thought it was zooming in to Wales.
You were on Ireland. That's Wales, yeah. You need to go up.
What's happening now?
Cardiff.
Got a bit slow. I can't see the names. Okay, what have we got here? That's why it's going slow. They want improvements.
You could just type Holyhead Breakwater into Google Images.
I thought I could zoom into it. I was just being clever.
No.
Holyhead.
Holyhead Breakwater.
Breakwater.
It's only 1L.
Yeah. 1L. Holyhead. I wonder why it's got the name there. Religious reference.
What are you doing?
Grey water, or what was the other word you said?
Breakwater.
Breakwater.
B-R-E-A-K. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. There we go. There's the pier, isn't it? Going out that way.
Yeah, you can't see a lot there. Can you imagine off the Google Images?
Yeah, I'll make it full screen in a minute.
There we go.
There we go. And that's the pier. Where's it go to?
That's not a pier, it's a break. You don't have piers that are 1.5 miles long.
Yeah, it's going a long way. There's a lot of boats inside this, protected, like yachts and things.
In the harbour, yes. That's what it's there for.
So how far along with the road? Can you drive along it or only walk along it? Says road, a single lane, is it?
Drive along it then, but only walk now. Yeah.
It's very slow at scrolling for some reason. It's bringing in more map data by the looks of it. Oh, it does go a long way. There's the end of it. So whereabouts were you?
Yeah, so that's where we're fishing first, yeah.
You're fishing this side or this side? Into the calm water?
No, we were fishing out to the east. That was on the end, but we decided the tide was pulling too hard, and we moved about 600 meters, and then fished into the harbour.
Right. So you would have been down here?
Oh, the resolution.
Does that go down to rocks there?
Awful. Yeah. We're fishing along there, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the best images.
Yeah, you need to go further down. No, it's
What's-
sizable. It's yeah, you need to go.
What's that there? A little shed or something? It's very bad, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. Google, why haven't you done a low flying re-snap of it? There's a lighthouse on the end. Were you near the house? You were near the lighthouse, weren't you?
When we seen these things, we were about 600 meters, and we were fishing on the inside into the harbour.
Right.
So off the back is north, yeah. That's on your left-hand side where the cursor is, yeah.
I thought north was always that direction. I thought that was north, going that way.
Well, yeah, that was northwest, yeah. So we're kind of we're fishing in the opposite direction now as the cursor is pointing. Yeah, you're really kind of complicating things here.
Well, you can always bring it up on yours and do a screen share. There's a photograph there. Yeah, you should do a video and walk it or drive it and say this is where, and just bring it back to us 1 year and we could then play the video. This is my ghost story and this is all the footage I took to document it. But yeah,
but we don't ghosts.
Anyway, I just give an idea to people. That's where it was. So you saw these two creatures, which were skeletons.
Wow!
No.
Wow! Oh. So we moved from the end of the breakwater, and we moved about 600 meters down the breakwater, and decided to fish into the harbour where the tide pull was less. So we'd been fishing there maybe an hour. And remember now, we're the only people on this breakwater that night, which was very unusual because it's a popular fishing spot. But for some reason, there was nobody else there that night, only us. Well, at least that's what we thought. Then we looked over towards, or one of us looked over towards the end where we'd been, and we see two lights. That's all they were, two lights. But we could clearly make out they weren't pressure lamps. No, pressure lamp gives off a lot of light and it makes quite a good glow. Yeah. These looked like oil lamps. And who the hell was fishing with oil lamps in 1980, 1981? Well, nobody really. Well, we thought, well, there was a few people in the country that were still using them, you know. They couldn't probably afford that pressure lamp, so we were kind of we were having a little bit of a snigger about this, to be honest. We thought, you know, stupid Joskins from the country using oil lamps to go fishing, and we were kind of laughing like, but we were also curious because to get where they were, they'd have had to have walked past us, you see. Yeah, and that would have been quite difficult without alerting us. And the dog would have certainly noticed. The dog didn't notice anything. So as far as as far as we're concerned, well, they did get past us, and they're there, and that was it. We didn't expect anything unusual at this time. We watched these lights going back and forth to the edge of the breakwater, to the harbour wall. And then they were going back into like a recess that was built for shelter. when the Breakwater was originally built in 1845, it wasn't completed until 1873. So it took 28 years to build it. It's a damn big structure, as you can see.
Yeah.
So my friend, although he was only like 14, 15 at the time, he smoked. I didn't smoke, but he ran out of cigarettes, and he wanted to ask these guys if he could swap a few lead weights for a couple of smokes. And of course, you were curious as to who they were, etc., etc. And we've been watching them now for about 15 minutes or so, so we decided to go over. But I was carrying the lamp, and Ian was walking next to me, and the dog was walking alongside us as well. So we got closer and closer, and now suddenly we can see the figures. Just an outline at first, silhouette at first, and an outline. And then we got closer and closer again, and we could see there were solid figures, people. Well, they were to me anyway. And there was something odd. As we approached them, as we got within a few meters, didn't turn around, didn't even look at us. No, that's quite odd. Someone's approaching you in the dark.
You'd always say, "Good day, guys. How's it going?" Because that's what we used to do when we were fishing.
Yeah, well, you'd at least look to see who, but no, there was nothing. And I remember me and Ian, we looked at each other and we thought, that's odd. And we kept walking. And in the end, we got as close to them as I'd say 8-10 feet. And they were wearing like 3/4 length oilskin jackets and oilskin bottoms. What was on their feet looked like boots. Right. And they were both of a similar build, quite lean, just a medium build, light medium build. We got really close, as I said, 8 to 10 feet. And then we asked them, "Hey, catch anything, mate?" I mean, again, they didn't turn round, they didn't acknowledge us, nothing. Just kept walking, and they went into shelter. They went into the shelter, this recess. So of course we followed them in. And this wasn't big. This was like 12 foot across this room. Walked in, held up the lamp. God, they were gone. They were gone.
I love those stories.
Now they just weren't there. And whoa, the shock at seeing Ian's face. I don't know what mine was like.
Yeah.
And then I noticed when we turned around to walk back to the roads or run back, the dog was circling round, and he was right on the edge of the harbour wall, so he could have fallen in. And it was like something that was strangling him. Had the hands around his neck, and he was trying to bark or yelp, and there was just this horrible, like high-pitched sound coming out. And I shouted his name, Pat, and he kind of snapped out of it, and he ran ahead of us then, away from where these two guys were, and even ahead of us. And then he stopped, waited for us, ran back a bit towards us, and then he'd run forward again, wait for us.
Yeah. And
that's what he done. We just packed in our gear, we cut our lines, and you never cut your line. That's just not a thing you do. You reel in and take your gear off and put it carefully away. We didn't even put the rods back in the bag. We just packed everything in as quickly as possible.
And got the hell out of there.
There was a weather change from absolutely nowhere. The clearest night you could imagine. Now there's a fog so heavy you couldn't see like 10 feet in front of you.
Yeah, fogs are really creepy, especially near the waterfronts.
Yeah. Well, especially after you've just seen something like that.
Oh yeah, that was good as shit.
It was like it descended, and I didn't think anything of that at the time, But years later, I thought, I wonder if that sudden weather change had anything at all to do with the sighting.
I wonder if you could research
So,
it and see if there's any two men that went missing in a foggy night or something.
Well,
But
there's
why would they?
36 people killed.
You know, you're talking about that cove. That sounds like where the rescuers would leave bodies, right? The dead bodies supported out the sea.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them were buried under the structure. Had fallen, and it wasn't worth the risking.
Oh, you mean building the actual breakwater
that
pier?
Yeah. There's not a pier to break. The pier is very short, Paul, not a mile and a half long.
Okay.
Yeah, 36 people were killed, and some of them buried under the stone when they were laying the foundation.
Right.
Well, figures buried at 36 is the general one, but how many people were seriously injured or just disappeared, fell off the back, and I have no idea. But eventually we got off the breakwater and we got ourselves home. And Ian was so frightened, he only lived maybe. Remember when we were now 2 miles away from civilization, we just seen 2 ghosts. This fog had come down. You know,
yeah,
2 miles to walk home. Yeah, so we got home, and my dad had to give Ian a lift to his house, who only lived 100 yards away, but he wouldn't walk on his own. So
did you go fishing after that? Did you go fishing after that, or never alone?
Yeah, this is the follow up to it. About 2 weeks later, I used to go fishing on that breakwater so much. You see, it was kind of really hard to let go. But there was no way I was going again at night, and there was no way I was going when there was nobody else on the breakwater either.
Yeah,
so
I
one
can
day
understand.
I decided. Yeah. So one day I kind of took a walk, and I seen a load of people fishing on that, and I thought, sod it. I went home, I had bait, I got the bike, and I went on there. Now here's the thing: the dog was again, yeah. So the dog comes all the way up the top to the breakwater, yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as I take that right turn to join the breakwater, dog stops. So I keep cycling for a bit now. I've got a little bit ahead of him, but I notice he's not coming. So I stop and call him. No way, not happening. I call him again. I cycle a bit further. I thought he'll come in a minute. Once he realises I'm going, he'll soon come after me. No way. Dog turned back and went home. So anyway, wait. So, I went fishing. Nothing eventful happened. There was lots of people there. As soon as they started packing up, I started packing up. Thought I'm not being here on my own. No. At least I'd gone back there again. I never went to the same spot, but at least I was back there fishing again. So I got home, got my gear in, and my dad said to me, "What did you do to that dog?" I said, I didn't do anything to him. The dog wouldn't come with me. He refused to go on the breakwater. So my dad now, who was, as you know, very interested in this subject.
Yeah, to tell him the story.
He gives me a long, hard look. I told him the story. Nobody knew the story. I knew I was going back on the breakwater that day. I told him the dog just refused to come on. And you know what he done? He said, "We'll see about that." Grabbed the dog, put the dog in the back of the car, and tried to drive him along the breakwater.
All right. Oh, was the dog walking outside the car, was he?
The dog was in the back of the car, locked in.
All right. And did he go berserk?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, my dad was home within about 15 minutes. And I thought, the way my dad drives, there ain't no way he's been along that breakwater in that time, My dad just comes in, absolutely quiet, Sat down and I asked him, and I just said, "Well?" And he said the dog got agitated. The dog got agitated, and that's all he'd say. And I thought, that'll teach you. Because you know what I was thinking, maybe the dog did my dad a bit more because my dad was older and that, and the dog would actually go with him. you know,
Yeah.
and the part being in the back of the car as well. Well, it didn't get agitated, Paul. Yeah, he torn the furbishing off the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the dad. The
Yeah.
dad tried to drive him along there even after he got agitated.
Yeah.
And
Well,
man went
dogs
ballistic.
tend to sense stuff, and I think they see a different spectrum to what we do. I think
Exactly.
they can see.
Off the door.
Yeah. Yeah. They certainly got a sixth sense, dogs. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know. So my dad, bless his soul, like he could be a bit of a knob at times, like, you know.
Don't all dads?
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta love him or hate him.
Yeah, but because my dad, his kind of his reasoning for what happened to me that night, up until that day with the dog, was that they were some adults playing a prank on us. Do you know what I mean? Well, that was one hell of a prank. I don't know how.
How did they disappear inside a sealed room? You know,
there's because between that wall and the back of the breakwater onto the sea is around 8 foot of limestone. So unless they were hiding in the sea like Spider-Man.
Yeah. Interesting story. One of the best ghost stories I've had.
Well, yeah, but I think I think Patch added quite a lot to that one, you know, because I think the animal reaction is so important.
Have you got a picture of your dog?
Oh, Patch. Oh God, no, that was long before I had the computer. Long before there was computers, you know.
What type of dog was he?
His picture. He was a Labrador cross collie.
Okay, so he's got to be fairly intelligent then.
And a big dog. Big, strong dog.
Not scared of anything.
He wasn't really scared of anything, no.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, what was he called? Patch? Did he have a black eye patch? Did he?
Oh, my mum called him Patch. He had patches all over him, for God's sakes.
Oh, right. So he had a bit of, he had the collie black and white pattern, did he?
Yeah, and he liked sheep. He really liked sheep.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Chasing cars. Sheep and chasing cars.
Interesting.
Yeah, fighting. Yeah, he'd fight with any stupid dog that was willing to fight with him.
Yeah. We got some more pop-ups here. What have we got here? Yes, like it as well. You need ghost stories for Christmas, don't you? Unfortunately, I've told mine so many times, people must get sick of hearing them.
In a while, I mean, since we've kind of gone into the UFO field and that, like, kind of put the supernatural stuff on the back burner when I first, and then I kind of realised after a while, you know, maybe this isn't quite as simple as just aliens visiting us, you know. Maybe everything is because there's kind of
because there's a portal opening. Well, you got portal that's open. It's allowing maybe entities from another universe. Some might call it interdimensions, passing through our reality, right? And aliens also visiting through the same portal, right? And certain areas have these portals, or they have these points where things like time slips happen. So whereabouts was that time slip story you said about the building? You said your dad was biking.
Right. Whoa, stop there.
Yeah.
See that pot of L in there?
That one?
That's the area. No, pot of L in. You're going the wrong way. You were there. I told you. Go down, go back to the breakwater. There. Leave it. What are you doing, man? Okay, there's delay between me and you.
Right there.
There. Pot of L in.
If I can down that road there, or that road
You're going
there.
to get terrible. Well, you're not going to be able to see anything.
There's a few little tracks there, or little roads. And it looks like houses built up there.
Yeah, there was the Porth of Ellen. There was not much in the way. There still isn't much in the way of housing there now. Well, there is, but not where I was. I was in the green area there, you know.
Yeah, I think.
And it wasn't as built up then as it is now.
Might better drop something there. There we go. Let's have a look. It didn't work. Come on, you're not scared of the ghost, are you? It won't let me drop there. Oh no, now it's working. There we go. That's the house that your dad saw. Well, it could be. They always have these white buildings, big white two-story buildings in Wales and UK, don't they? These places like that.
Yeah, lots of them.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're not sure exactly what part on the road he saw it then? Like a street address.
So what?
Yeah, we could
I
go
know
there.
exactly where I was.
No,
I'm not in control of
your
that
dad's time slip house I'm talking about.
Oh,
where we can
no,
see.
I don't.
We can see there are areas here where there could have been buildings. You know, there's like these vast areas here.
Yeah,
paddocks.
farmhouses once, yeah.
And you can see this looks like an ancient wall here as well. Why won't it scroll along nice? That's terrible.
Yeah, there's a lot of Roman stuff in Hollywood.
Yeah, Romans. Got to click that way, I think. So
Yeah,
who wants to go? And we should do. If I win Lotto, we could do a competition. So who wants to win? Who wants to win?
Stay where you are now. Stay where you are. Paul, stay where you are. That's the park on the right-hand side. That's part of where I walked through on the way home. Yeah, that's part of where I walked through.
Ah, right. Home. So it could easily have a UFO there.
Yeah, but I'd come from the opposite direction, the north of there, and that was even more remote, you know?
All right. Yeah.
I'd come from the mountain area, basically closer to the mountain, and that's the entrance to the park.
So you're coming down from
that's
this.
The bit where I'm walking. Yeah, I'm walking that way.
Yeah. Well, that's a fairly long walk, then, what looks of it. Not many trees there, though. That's quite nice. Like the dog wouldn't have much to pee against at that point. Anyway.
But lots of dogs go there. So there's lots of smells.
Yeah. I was going to say we could run a competition if I was a rich channel, and say, we're going to send several people there to visit Robert and to go fishing on the famous ghost breakwaters. Who wants to do it? I'm not the only
person. Yeah, I'm not the only person who's seen stuff on that breakwater, Paul.
Yeah. Well,
there was a local paranormal club that was. Oh, they were a bunch of cowboys. They were doing seances on the breakwater and all sorts, you know.
But and that sort of stuff opens up portals if they don't close it off properly.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they knew what they were doing.
No.
I know the people who were involved.
If you use the Ouija board, you've got to close it off, as at least a portal open. Anything comes through then.
Yeah.
I said when you first told the story, it could have easily been because back then they had a lot of smuggling off the coast there, you know, with bootleg wine and booze and all that sort of stuff. They could have easily been pirates that you saw.
Well, because it's the main highway. Holyhead is the main highway to Dublin.
Yeah. Yep. And of course the British had to rule the other side. England, Wales, and then Ireland. If we zoom out, back to the map here. I have to get out of that first. Okay. Some big houses there, that's for sure. Map. If we pop it out here.
Yeah, Paul, I'll show you this.
Where's Ireland? Further out again still, is it?
I don't know what you're doing.
Trying to find Ireland.
Yeah,
oh, there we go. Right to the road, Dublin.
There we go.
Yeah, what do you want? You cut out.
I was going to put a video for you in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
It's only a short one.
Sure.
And don't worry, you will not get a copyright strike over this, believe me.
I better not. I got one last live show, by the way. Blake Cousins put something in one of the videos and I played it for 10 seconds by mistake. So I had to erase it and I lost all the side link, all the post links I said to people to grab. All vanished because YouTube's editing is useless. But they stole about 1 cent of money I made on that episode that day. Copy. How do we do this again? I think I just click on it. Because we're using that chat thing.
Don't know.
Hang on. Let me just try clicking there. Opens up Edge, I think. There we go. Still loading. Video isn't available anymore. What?
No, it's playing for me, Paul. No, never mind.
Maybe it's blocked. Oh, hang on. Looks like his link here has been truncated again. He said he fixed that. Instead, just post it in, and I'll grab it from there. Post it into here. How do we do that again?
Into where?
And the side chat here. How do we get it up? I think
I've done it in the side chat.
I might have to get rid of my laser Christmas tree. Get rid of that. Where's the side chat? There. You click on the little bubble on the toolbar, and you can chat to me, like so.
You want to link in there?
Yeah, and okay. I'll just copy it from there.
What did you click on?
The little bubble, speech bubble, about 4 long, I think it is.
Open chat, okay. Okay, I'll just type the link in then.
Yep.
Copy video stream. Oh no. Doesn't give me an option to paste.
Should do. It comes up with paste on mine.
Right there.
If not, do Control V as paste. Control V as paste.
Hold on. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see if I can copy it now. Copy address. Shrink you back down.
Yeah, but if it's shortening the link, that'll be your problem, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I suppose you could play it here. I got the other one open. Ah, yes, that's very happy.
There you go, it is. Now that, is exactly where these ghosties went into, where these guys are now.
Hollyhead Most Haunted Team. Okay. Well, this is good advertising for them anyway.
and basically we're just going to
that's
investigations. Hopefully,
outside, yeah.
I got a good feel.
Sorry?
That's the end of the breakwater, but I'm sure they do go into that shelter in a bit.
Do you want me to skim to a certain time, or?
It's only 6 minutes, Paul.
What was that?
Whoops. Me.
Does anybody know how many people died here?
52.
Doing the breakwater?
52, I think.
52.
Yeah.
She was 52. Well, it's 32.
I'm not sure. I heard it's 43.
And again, on documentation, it's 28 years to go.
Is it
It's
28?
40 lines, yeah? 40 songs.
lines.
40, well, according to the books, I don't know if that's right.
Yeah.
Nobody else knows any history of it, like?
No.
No? Anybody picking up anything?
Yeah.
Huh? What are you
Yeah.
picking up, like?
Well, I went up there and my legs went absolutely red hot.
How many you picked up any names or anything?
No. No.
Huh? What about you, John?
Jack Jones.
Jack Jones you picked up, yeah?
And I think he fell down steps, and I think there were those steps just behind you.
It's like you said earlier on that you felt somebody had died here, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't prove that, like. You picked a name up, yeah?
Yeah.
What name?
John Williams.
John Williams.
But it's a Welsh.
Came out like Welsh, like
Yeah.
John Williams.
Yeah.
Josh Skin.
So next time you go on the pier, call out Tom. It's the Tom. How are you?
I don't think I've done anything like that.
No. But if I come over and visit you, you might do it.
Okay. Got a deal.
I got to win lotto first, anyway. But yeah, if I win lotto, I'll be bringing you over anyway for a holiday.
Yeah, well, we're going to get both of us. We're going to get both of us all the way to the end of that breakwater as well.
Yeah. We'll figure out a way. I'll hire a big couple of big security guys to tag along.
Oh, we get airlifted. Higher.
I don't feel welcome on this level.
You don't feel welcome here?
I feel very loneliness.
Very tight-chested
In this room.
here,
Yeah.
but upstairs.
You know, Mick West would totally hate this. He hates
God,
ghost
yeah.
stories. I can't believe someone that goes through his whole life has not experienced anything like we have. How can you go through a whole life?
Yeah. You know, one of these psychics said there, like, I don't feel welcome here. I'll be honest now, fishing on the end of that breakwater for all these years.
Yeah.
I mean, on the breakwater, anywhere on the breakwater for all those years. Only once I've ever seen anything. But I've never felt welcome there. Never felt at home. Always kind of been looking around there. Even before.
Well, your dog got the message. The dog wasn't welcome and he knew not to go past a certain point.
We did go back again, you know. Took him years.
Okay. Yeah, shame our dogs die so young and are not with us with life, really. What's happening there?
Well, they could only talk as well.
Clicked by mistake. Was that highlighted? I should have gone off by though. Link above. Yes, I know, but yeah, it wasn't working for me in this. I have to talk to the guy after the show and say he's got to fix it up again. And what it does is it's still YouTube truncated it, you see, and it tries to open up the truncated one, which is not the full URL on this add-on multi-stream chat thing. So he needs to fix up the code. Did they do any EVPs on this one? Because that's when it gets a bit more interesting when you get out of here.
I don't think so, no. It's, as I said, it's short.
Yeah.
On this one, I'm really...
Yeah, up there I felt threatened.
No, I felt very welcome up there, but really tight-chested and feel quite ill.
In this room here, yeah?
In this room, yeah.
Well, that's where that shadow from the previous when we came here is projected on that wall there. It's coming from this room here, which there was nobody in this room, like, because Steve and the other one were underneath it. So, we'll see what happens tonight, yeah, maybe. Hopefully, yeah. What we're going to do, like, is basically split it up into two groups. But what I'd like to do tonight, yeah, if all of us go sit down there for an hour or so in total darkness.
All of us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us just, you know, get a feel for the place maybe or whatever.
Right, okay.
Everybody all right with that? Like?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Who's trusting?
See what else I can pick up. There's something in this room and up there that doesn't want to see.
Well, I felt it did want it. It didn't mind us being here up there.
Right,
Whatever
fancy.
it is, or whoever, I felt that they were quite happy. Well, with me being here anyway, because I felt quite welcome up there.
I felt safe.
Yeah, I felt safe up there.
I felt.
I don't feel
you
feel
felt
welcome
threatened.
here.
But I felt you felt threatened as well. I felt quite safe. I felt warm.
And a gammy leg.
You picked up last time we were here, the fellow that was supposed to have committed suicide.
Yeah. No.
But he didn't actually commit suicide. You found that out, didn't you?
Yeah.
That he actually died in, was it Subs Point?
Oh, pneumonia.
Of pneumonia, like, so the big story.
Oh God!
Coach is just behind
Yeah, someone snuck behind him, huh?
Gina's just shit herself.
How'd they get the shits?
I just found the shit and all it.
Of course, this is on infrared mode, so they're probably all standing in the dark, guys, so that's going to make it even a bit more creepy.
Somehow they've actually had permission
Oh, hang
to
on.
go inside. Yeah, somehow they've actually got permission to get inside the lighthouse itself, which is on the end.
Alright. Alright, is that on further on, is it?
Nah, it's not. I don't think it's the same one.
I normally play these ones at a faster speed.
Yeah?
Because these ones drag on.
Yeah.
I'm set there and
Yeah.
see how we get on.
Well, we got to sit on it at the
my
moment.
chair. Who else has got a chair? Anybody? Nobody?
125 is normally pretty good.
This is an experiment which we've set up right at the bottom of the lighthouse, which we've got dictaphone and some talcum powder and also some old pens which are drawn circles round. There's a print, Steve. There's a print there. Defo.
What's he saying? He's got talc powder down.
Definitely something's disturbed there, look.
Yeah.
You see that, Steve?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, just try and zoom into it now. What do you like then?
Yeah. You'd have to have static cameras filming that position all the time, really.
That's my print, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you definitely disturbed that look up there.
That's old school, that is, using talc powder to see his footprints or handprints that appear.
Look, that doesn't it from there? What's there? Huh? What's that?
Hard to say.
No, it's good.
Was it there? Over here. Okay. I can't see the camera here.
Lock off camera.
Well, they've got a look off camera, so we should be able to see if something changed.
Hopefully, Spirit will knock it off. With all our energies that are here, waiting. Okay. So, hopefully, things will happen tonight. Let's see. And wait.
Oh, okay, it's finished.
Yeah, that guy who's running it there, his name's he's my cousin. He is Chris. I don't think he's even aware of my story.
Hello, how's it going? It is that time again. It is YouTuber's Secret Santa. We have done it every single year for the last 4.
Yeah, Secret Santa, that's pretty good as well if you've not seen it. There's a group of YouTubers that build things, right? Like James Burton, he builds robots and things. So this guy obviously builds recto stuff from old Macintoshes and stuff. Computers, well, looks what he's into. What's he called? Flamethrower organ jukebox. That sounds pretty cool. But these guys got millions and millions of followers. Look how many views he's got. So this is the problem I found with this YouTube latest thing. They keep moving the subscribers around. And it should be up here, but you can see... we can't see any subscribers. We can't see the subscriber count anymore. It's so stupid. How about now? No. Full screen?
Yeah, 5.k views. 5.k. Oh, that's likes.
No, we want subs. Where's the subs?
Yeah, where's the subs? Yeah, that's all.
Is yours missing as well? See, this is stupid. I'm pretty sure they haven't got rid of it or going to. That would be really sad if they get rid of the subs. How do I get back to normal? But it was that one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, where is it? I think it's there.
I think it's supposed to be there.
Yeah. So if we click on his name there, we can find out that way. Yeah. Where is it there? Maybe they got rid of it now. Oh, here we are. 66.7 subscribers. So he hasn't got that much. So, look, Mum, no computer. Alright, so he's trying to automate stuff without using computers. And chips, he's using, like, analog and... Yeah, so you got all these guys, and then they do Christmas Santa, and they link all their sites together, so you can go from one site to another by clicking on the icon at the end of the video, and you get to see all these guys make stuff. So it looks like he's into music. Wonder if we can play any of it without getting copyright. Live on Modular Central, night or day. Look, no. Yeah, like says, oh, there's the flamethrower one. Non-stop music. Ah, the old synthesizers with lots of knobs. I love it. Let's have a listen. We'll take a risk that he's okay. For us promoting his site. Sounds like that's some of the tunes he's playing from his synthesizers here.
To spend 2 days with it, to be able to kind of explore it and also make some music with it. There's a collection of music that I made and it's linked below. It's available on Bandcamp and also Patreon. And there's also full videos of me making these songs. They were a couple of months ago now and I've made them public. They are on Patreon. If you want to check those out, check them out after the video. Anyway, this machine is called the VCS4. It's not to be mistaken with the other EMS VCS4, which was a concept prototype for the Synths, which is a whole interesting concept in itself entirely. This machine is, well, it can only be summed up as a stereo EMS VCS3, but with a lot more stuff going on. First, let's have a chat with Marcus and Stephen about what this machine is.
It's the VCS4, EMS VCS4. It was called the Live Performance Module. It's two VCS3 synthesizers, heavily modified, wired in together, and attached to a custom base station. It has so many kind of question marks about it. Because it was designed for live performance, we've got a mixer section here. And this enabled you to bring in the sound of external instruments, live instruments.
I can hear the hum. Maybe the famous, what do you call it, feedback loop.
Instruments and process them through the synthesizer. And that's what this is down here. This was originally intended for manipulating the sounds of the live instruments. It was in Xenophia's studio in Putney, the EMS studio. Yes. And it is probably one of the last surviving pieces of equipment from that studio. All of the equipment from Putney was put into storage on South.
Oh my god, look at the old gear.
Bank at a particular point, and there was a flood and it all got destroyed. But this had gone to the Royal College of Music because Tristram Carey had taken it there, and that's where
now, these things were worth a lot of big money back in those days too. That probably was like a year's salary for people, you know, to own one.
lived for an awfully long time. Simon Desorger, who was a Royal College of Music student, purchased it in a very dilapidated and broken state, had it subsequently restored by Robin at EMS down in Cornwall about 2007, and then for quite a long time it sat in Simon.
So they got little things, loop jumpers that they can connect into holes.
Yeah, but it's why we're listening to this. It's not even haunted.
No, but I am interested in music. I'm probably a lot of people out there are interested. Look at the old equipment in there. Is they going to play some tunes on it?
The volume has essentially the idea was to put in a signal. Bounce between your ear holes, and also not to mention because there's two of them, and both of them have spring.
So they're very excited about it. I want to hear him play it.
So we've got one plug filter input. Turn the
You need a degree to operate one of these, by the way. It's probably copyrighted music as well.
Also bring the noise into the mix by putting the noise through the filter as well. The noise has its own separate volume control, so we can turn it up and down. Get a bit more crackly going on.
Well, it's kind of spooky music for haunted stories. Me, I just like all that sort of stuff. I'd spend a day mucking around with that. But anyway, we obviously got other stuff there. What else has he done? He's got other synthesizers. What's this one? The 1000 oscillator megaphone. That sounds like a death trap there. Ah, the reel-to-reel tape. He's got something playing down there. Game Boy. Let's see, what's he doing with that one?
Game Boy Mega Machine update number 3. Let's initiate launch sequence. Whoa.
So what's he got? He's got individual Game Boys doing a certain note or something? I don't know. He's got them all rigged up somehow. Oh no, don't sing.
Sim came round and gave us a hand with a lot of...
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can play any other ghost stories or not. You have to get permission.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2:10, Paul. It's time we've wrapped up anyway.
Yeah, I think it might be time to wrap up. What was that one? That was the good thing that we're looking at. Yeah, I think it's time to wrap up. Hopefully people enjoyed it, and those that missed out interacting with us. Too bad! Hopefully it won't working today, but obviously some people are still working, unfortunately. So yeah, anyone got any questions or want to ask Robert before he buggers off? Thanks for hitting like buttons, see you guys, it really helps, and share button. We didn't get any donations again, but it wasn't just about the donations, it was about building up a community of people that like this sort of stuff that we do, and opening up about their own stuff. That really helps. More people that open up about it, You got a safe place here if people want to listen. We're no Lou reviews that thinks everybody's a nut job. And these lean shrinks, definitely not. We all sound minds. Sorry, Robert?
I subscribed from that channel.
Oh, so did I. Yeah, I check onto it though. I do random checks on it and skim it. It's totally negative. I feel yuck time I finish skimming through it. I feel like it's been like total negativeness, you know.
He's kind of turned into someone who's just bitter and twisted and vindictive and just wants to hurt everybody in the UFO community.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he needs help, to be quite honest.
Well, there you go, Lee Reviews. He probably sneaks and watches mine occasionally, so if he's watching, there you go.
Oh, I hope so. No, I've already told him anyway.
Good stuff. Yeah. I think the psychiatrist guy he had on his show was probably thinking exactly the same. That he's sort of got damaged. Lee Reviews has sort of, what do you call it, brain raped him. Lou Sondo brain rape Lou Reviews.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you another quick, before we go, let me tell you another quick story now. Do you remember a channel? Do you remember a channel called It's Redacted?
Yep.
Yeah.
I might have watched some things on it.
There was some decent stuff on there. Well, the guy said he was taking some time out. He wasn't doing any more shows, and he was working on a documentary. So I thought, well, that's a kind of a shame, but I'll look forward to the documentary. So anyway, I'll tell you, he got involved with the usual suspects like Mellon and Zondo and Putoff and Co. and these people. I don't know, some whistleblowers, and a bit later than others, realised he was being conned. And when he realised, he was so hurt that he's left the subject altogether. Now he's doing something else, and he ain't got no intention of coming back.
I thought that's what Lou Reviews was going to do, but he come back.
Yeah, well, he's come back, and he just wants revenge. Yeah.
Him and Stephen Cambion do pretty much the same thing anyway, don't they? They do sort of boring lot of it, I find. Yeah. David Wilcox, even though you can take the piss out of David Wilcox, it sort of gets boring after a while,
He's doing it every other week.
I know.
We know it's a fraud, so just leave it at that. That's the end of it. As for Lou, if he doesn't believe in UFOs, I mean, why is he doing these shows? I mean, it's like a vegan doing shows on hamburgers and doner kebabs.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would a vegan do shows on hamburgers and doner kebabs? I have no idea.
Yeah. That's true.
Just let it go. Move on.
He can't move on.
No, he can't, can he? He's stuck in purgatory.
I think he needs revenge. He wants the revenge, even though he says he's not into revenge.
Of course he does. He's calling everyone a fraud.
Yeah, he even called me out, which is not true. I'm the least likely to be a fraud. I try and at least back up with some evidence of mine, but yeah. When you give a link to someone like him and say, watch this, and they don't watch it, and then they go and pick up another random link from your website, which is not a really good time when you did a show, when it was late at night and hardly anyone showed up, that he can trash it to bits, right? But instead of looking at the links I gave him, I say, these are the best things to watch. And you can see that I do various topics I wasn't a one monkey show. I did debunking, I did interviews, just like he does. I went through Twitter and did the news. Basically, he's copied what I was doing, and he has the cheek to trash my channel as boring. He's doing exactly the same thing. Just that he chose one night where I did debunking only of third phase of the moon, right? Because I varied my stuff. I didn't want to do Twitter updates and all that, you know. It's horses for courses. Some people may not like debunking of third phase. They don't have to watch, but some people do like it. Some people like that sort of stuff, you know, and they want to have my answer to it. But yeah. But he keeps raving on about how good Mick West is. And Mick West will only pick the easy ones. He won't do the hard ones. I pick anyone. And
he's done that.
And I've solved a lot of the stuff even before Mick West had a look at it. And Mick West basically confirmed what I did. And he's saying, oh, Mick West has solved it. No, he didn't. He wasn't the first one to solve it at all. Yeah. Yeah. I can't say I really like Mick West anymore. He's shown his true colours by blocking me, and that's not someone that wants truth in ufology.
That's what he does with anyone that disagrees with him. I believe, like, I've never had a conversation with the guy, and I never wished to.
Yeah.
But he did a show debunking the drones. He said there's no drones; they're just planes, all planes. Well, I mean, they called the FBI in. And that they called Homeland Security in to investigate this. I don't think they're going to be caught doing that kind of thing unless something was going on. And I'm not suggesting that something has anything to do with aliens. I'm just saying that something is going on. It's quite obvious. But no, not according to Mick West. It's all planes.
Well, it's a mixture of things. But yeah, most of the signs were planes, though. Some were actually drones. Some were drones, and some were kites, obviously, and other things. But
there is some, but nothing conclusive.
Yeah, there could be something going on. With America, there's a lot of lies and corruptions. That's the whole problem. Especially, no one trusts the government, especially FBI. Just look at what they tried to do to Trump. You know, end of story.
Yeah, I know. I know,
It's going to be a hoot in 2025 with Trump in power. I think you're going to see a few rolling heads come from all this. So it's going to be a real fun laugh.
Well, the head of the CIA is already gone.
Yeah.
The director is already gone, and he'll replace them with his own people, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more transparency on everything.
Yeah, but at the moment you got Biden pardoning everybody that was a corrupt and part of his team. You know, Comey and all the rest of them. You've all been pardoned for any crimes that you haven't been brought to light, even. You know, which is, no one's ever done that. You normally pardon someone for a crime, not crime that hasn't been found out.
He pardoned his own son, hasn't he?
Yeah. I'll say that again, you corrupted up a wee bit there. I don't think people heard what you said.
He's pardoned his own son, Hunter Biden.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a political guy. I'm not interested if you're Democrat or Republican.
Yeah, it's also pardoned all the Gen 6 committee. And if you see the report on that recently about the Gen 6 committee, they did a lot of cover-up and corruption. They got it all documented. And they shouldn't get away with it.
I don't think I have to stop because that's country.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who's there.
I don't know. I think Trump might change it for the better, you know. You know, they're all making up these false stories that he's going to come in and arrest everybody. He won't. He'll set up committees to do research into it. And they can decide and take it to court and do it the proper way. But
we'll see. Yeah, but I'm not all agitated about Trump winning like a lot of people are. I wouldn't have been agitated if Biden got in again. there we go. Like,
if Wyden got in, I would have to commit suicide. Nah, yeah, that's crazy.
It's mad.
Unstable, a lot of unstable people, yeah, but it's hilarious. You gotta have a sense of humour, like a Welsh person or a Kiwi, I guess. But yeah. The drone stuff is blowing way out of control, though, with Ross Cohart, and clearly saying stuff is drones when it's clearly provable as planes, and that sort of makes the whole thing stupid.
What you expect from Ross Cohart, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's probably pushing the alien narrative as well. I mean, I don't know.
Well, there's one rumor about some nuclear material maybe transported to America. Well, if they got open borders, they could have had open borders. That could have been happening under their noses, right, the whole time, ready for a dirty bomb attack. And they might be using the drones. The police cops have drones as well. They may have rigged it up with special background radiation detectors and just flown it low over houses to check there's no abnormal background radiation. That would make perfect sense. And of course they're not going to admit to that because they don't want to scare people. It's a bit like they're not going to admit to aliens abducting people. It's exactly the same scenario.
Yeah. Of course they can't admit to that. There's a nuke on the loose. Bloody hell, no, they can't. You know, there's no way they're gonna gaslight, aren't they? Yeah.
Anyway, probably time for a cuppa and for you to get to bed. Is it? What time is it there?
It's 2:20. I'll probably go to bed 4, something like that. But I'll get something to eat now. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry.
So you got a funny biological clock as well.
Oh yeah, 4 a.m.'s normal for me. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll start winding down now. I think we've probably done enough hours here. It's always good to catch up with you, though. 4 hours and 20 minutes so far.
We should. I mean, my back took a long time to get back to where it is. You know, I mean, before just like sat in one place, it would have gone really rigid. You know. So it's good I can do a show again, so hopefully it won't be as long until the next one.
I just do shows and it's up to people when they've had enough to say, oh, that's it for me, I'm off. El Grey does that. He'll be on for an hour and a half and he says, I've got to go now. And I say, yeah, fine, we'll just carry on without you. But anyway, I'll say good night and I'll disappear here.
Happy Christmas and a Happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah, and take care on the roads and all that sort of stuff, right?
Even movie views.
I'll say up here. Have a great Xmas and eat good. Eat good.
Yeah. Okay.
Normally overeat, but I have to be careful this Christmas. But yeah, enjoy it. It's a good thing to do is enjoy your meal and the company, especially family, because next year you may be dead, or next day you might be dead. So just where's the exit on that? Switch off the Christmas lights. So we'll probably have to do a New Year's thing. Maybe update on videos that's come out since. No doubt it's going to be a lot more UFO sightings with all the fireworks and stuff going on. But yeah, I'll let you drop you off now, Robert, and you can wave goodbye. Okay, goodbye. See ya. And you guys too. I'll just drop you off there and bring up the end credits. Thanks on Pilled, thanks on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. It took a wee while to kick in.